Take it away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like, yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone, yeah, you're the reason I'm going out of my mind. Just can't stop thinking about you. Just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe a break. Boy, you're my weakness. Giving we take. take. The love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. Just can't stop thinking about you. Just can't stop thinking about you.
myself twice. Welcome to the Wessex Challenge. It's day number 1. Oh yeah! I'm on the microphone outside. Hopefully it's not too loud. It's picking up mainly wind. But how we doing, everybody? How are we doing? Look at this. It's Clay Pigeon. It's the Wessex Challenge. And it's a Saturday. That's a bit rare for us, isn't it? Twice a year we're on a Saturday. Filling out everything that goes on here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. So, if you don't know who I am, my name's Alex. I'm your commentator for today, and I'll be covering all the action over today and tomorrow. And my social link is on the bottom of the YouTube live stream there as well on the graphics. So if you are a keen-eyed viewer, you notice there is a slight change to the camera angles. We've had a little movement, and that means we've got a little bit more of the main straight there to provide us with a lot more different, to cover more of the view of the action. Speaking of action, we got the Honda and Rotax Cadets out there at the moment. But for the YouTube live stream, we will get over to it. So obviously this is the Wessex Challenge Day 1. Don't forget that, ladies and gentlemen. I've already said it. The weather's looking mighty okay. The wind is cold, but the weather is nice. That's what we like to see. I'm not on the tannoy at the moment. I think Nigel Payne would appreciate that one. But anyway, let's get you the rundown whilst the 3-lap practice is underway of the programme of events. So let's mute outdoors and let's give you the programme. Let's say this is the Wessex Challenge programme of events. So this is day 1 of 4. So we are welcome back to the Sea of Blues. They're back we have this year. It's great to see them back out once again. So the running order for day 1, we've got the Cadet, so Intermax, and then Senior Blues, Senior Rotax, and then 177 and 177 Masters. Practice is 3 laps. 3 laps? That's because for the Wessex Challenge, we have qualifying on a Saturday. Sort of like F1. 6 minutes is your qualifying session. That's what we're going to be getting for today. Heats is 8 minutes plus a lap. The usual for the heats, but there's only one of them because we have a pre-final, which is 9 minutes plus a lap. So everything is scheduled here today. And then we've got the grand final, which is 12 minutes plus a lap. We'll see that later on today, many hours away from that. Qualifying will start after the 177 Rotax practice session. Out reserve. We have 90 plus drivers over the weekend. It's the highest we have seen all year so far. So great to see so many people participating in this one-off event. So grid numbers then, Rotax Cadets and the Honda Cadets, 16 altogether. That's crazy. Junior Rotax, by the way, strong 28 drivers. Absolutely lovely in the big grid out there. And we continue with more with the Senior Blues. Got 11 today. I think there's more tomorrow. And then the Senior Rotax is 16 drivers altogether. Again, the highest we've seen that grid all year. And then 177 and 177 Masters. There is 7 of them altogether. So that is your Wessex Challenge for day 1. And that's what we get for day 1 as well. So there is your programme of events. So there is the engine noise in the background. I'm going to have a listen to that on the YouTube live stream. We're going to be live all day here today, so don't forget, if you are new here, please hit that subscribe button below the YouTube live stream if you haven't done already. We'd like to get to 700 subscribers, hopefully before the Rotax Festival later on this year. Don't forget, a different format this year for the Rotax Festival. That will be taking place later in August. But meanwhile, we have the Wessex Challenge. So you might hear myself twice in that segment. So yeah, we've got a different microphone outside. That is also on the gantry. We've had a whole new look for the gantry as well. Me and Joe, well mainly Joe, Joe Wormsley, part of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club, fiddling with that gantry to give you the digiboard's actually moved over now, so it changes up that look just a little bit, which is really awesome. So let's see what sort of support we have on the YouTube live stream. Don't forget you can do that throughout today. So we've got Jack Philpott saying good luck to Charlie Cox, number 12, and Junior Rotax. I think they'll be out next. We've got Deacon, full support for Nikita Roberts from Sweden. You're in Sweden. What are you doing in Sweden? Good to see you back on the chat there. And then we got the Pages 98 saying good luck to Ben Page. The number 90 from the Senior Rotax from Chris and Vicky. So lovely, good support there. And I do love seeing all the supports in the YouTube live stream. It does make me feel good. Sending out support. So here comes the biggest grid then for this round. Like I said, Junior Rotax up to 28 drivers. Hopefully we'll see all 28 at the moment. 14 of them. That's because they're still filtering out of the pit lane. Come on, Alex, they're still coming out. And if you are familiar with myself, I am slightly excited for this weekend. Even though I'll be commentating for roughly 6, 12, about 13 hours in total over the weekend. So that's going to be a busy, busy day for my voice. And I think Nigel will be happy next week if I don't have a voice. That's Nigel Payne of the circuit. As if you don't know, I do work for the Clay Pigeon Raceway as well. Yeah, I'd rather be there. Hope you're having a good time in Sweden though, Mr. Roberts. Anyway. So 39.32 is the fastest we've got there out there so far. Hopefully the running order is okay. Alpha Live and Alpha Timing have slightly updated the timing screen. So yeah, I think the top driver there is just out on track. I've not been able to do that at home, unfortunately, mainly because I couldn't get a session running when I'm not here. So let's get see if we can squeeze more of this. Welcome to Alex's quick adjustment on the live stream. I've done this once before. So lots of stuff going out there, and we go for the checkered flag for this practice. 3 laps just absolutely flies. Where does it go? Where does it go? Fast out there, Jack West, 34.97. So hopefully you're all doing alright at home. Like I said, if you haven't subscribed yet, please hit that subscribe button. It'll be most appreciated for myself and also the Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Hopefully the outside audio levels are alright. I'll keep adjusting it throughout the day. I will also apologise for last round. I know the audio levels weren't brilliant. I may have made an absolute boo-boo with all the audio levels, so hopefully it's okay this round. I'm going to try and keep speaking a little bit louder as well to give you full coverage of everything that's going on today. And those who were at the circuit and are re-watching this back or watching this at the moment, yes, I am keeping this practice session exclusive to the YouTube live stream. So as it gets quiet up here, I will stay loud. So with 28 drivers, they just about not fit in the pit lane all at one time. So we may have slight delays there whilst they're feeding into the pit lane. Obviously got to keep that somewhat clear, ready for the next ones to go back out. And we will see our first appearance of the Senior Blues. Now there is only the Senior Blues out here due to a small grid with the juniors, but it's great to see the seniors out here once again. It's been quite a while since we've seen any of the Formula Blues out here at the circuits. So we've got some familiar names that are returning to the thing, including Max Gunter, who has emojis. His emojis actually work on Alpha Timer. That's brilliant. Note to self, do that if I ever go. So obviously we've got Steve Groves, and we've got Anthony Cleal, Nigel Vickery, Kevin O'Neill, Kieran Quirk, Joey Foster, Stuart Adam, Robin Stoddart Stones. I spoke to him on the phone on Thursday. Nice chap, Robin. I'll watch those all filter on through the track. Obviously, like I said, only 3 laps altogether. Oh, I can see the digiboard from here a lot clearer as well. That's brilliant. So yeah, if you did notice, well, you won't notice from here, but on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Instagram, yes, they have an Instagram, we did post a picture, I think it was Thursday night, of the changes to the gantry and the digiboard moving over slightly. It's actually now off circuit, so it's actually to the side on the grass area. The cameras have sort of moved along with it as well. It's just mainly just to help with the mounting stuff, and there's a lovely big green box that's holding all of my cables in for the cameras. Obviously 3 camera angles, as always, covering the action here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. So it's going to be great. We're going to catch a lot of action today as we run 2 days, and the points from today and tomorrow will come together and form your results for our Wessex Challenge champions, and also claiming that lovely WC plate. As always, the WC plate is going to be great, especially for the Intermax. We're going to crown our first ever Wessex Challenge champion for the Intermax class, and I believe for the Rotax Cadet class as well. I will double check on that one in a few moments' time for everybody at home. But that means we're going to have 2 new sets of champions to form. Obviously, the Minimax is no longer here, which is a big shame, but it does mean we're going to crown, well, we've crowned our last ever Minimax champion, and now going to, well, crown 2 new champions, which is going to be something really cool, and I cannot wait to see that one form out over the next couple of days. Right. So, Senior Blue practice is over. Like I said, 3 laps. That's all you're getting. Catch up to speed. And then we go to the class that, if I was competing, I would be in. Senior Rotax. It was a good thing the 177s are out next. That would be rather embarrassing for myself. But yes, Senior Rotax out next. And this one could get quite competitive. That's for sure. That is for sure. And as always, the one-man show continues. It is just me up here this round to give you the full coverage of the Wessex Challenge over this weekend. Right, here comes the Senior Rotax out next for their 3-lap practice, giving you full view of everything that's going on out here. So, like I said, 16 drivers altogether, and one of them being Rosie Armstrong, who are novice, returning once again for another year. Evie Pillane out there as well, Cameron Crockett, we've got Bertie Wellesley, Daniel Beards and Gino Cook. A couple of other drivers flying out onto the grid as well. So we've got Brandon Haig, we've got Zach Rowledge. So we've got 17 drivers. My infographic is now wrong. It is always wrong. So lots of familiar names out there on the circuit today, returning for another month here at the circuit. Like I said, Rosie Armstrong out here once again. Those who are wondering as well, with the standings, round 4's tomorrow. Don't worry, you're not losing the plot. It is a Saturday, and yes, we are covering 2 days live here at the circuit. The 1 or 2 events that are 2 days up here at Clay Pigeon. So my cameras live out there for an extra day. At least I know everything's working tomorrow. It's the one day tomorrow I can actually turn up at 9:30 and not worry about much. It's brilliant. I can have a lay-in. What's one of those? Right then, let's go back to the action. Finn Smith was the fastest. Now Brandon Haig, 34.32. As the checker flag falls once again for 3-lap practice. It just flies away today, this 3-lap practicing. I've got used to the 10 minutes we had last round for round 3 of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. So your order is finalised at the left-hand side there. It's great to see that show up. So yes, Wessex Challenge, 13th of May. And we'll be blasting out the tannoy very soon. Very, very soon. And it's the quietest it's been all day. This is how quiet we're going to keep it as well. So you might hear me cough every now and then today, which is bound to happen. But yes, at the top we're just waiting for those to filter into the pit lane once again, and then we can get underway for the 177s. It's like that was almost timed perfectly. What am I doing? Right, so here comes the names all filtering out onto the circuit. So we'll get used to it. The one class on the Max is sport tyres and not the modules. As you all filter out, we've got 6 out there. So the smallest grid of today. Good luck to Bertie Wellesley, number 48 in senior Rotax. Yes, last round he was Mr. Birthday, and apparently if you have your birthday on a club round, it actually gives you a good day. He had a great time out there last round, round number 3. So let's see how he does on the Wessex Challenge today. I nearly said Rotax Festival. That would have been a big booby. So these 3 laps flying on through as quickly as we can. That's a windy clip. So the weather on the top left of the screen as well for those who want to know what the weather's like up here. Is it accurate? Probably not. Knowing Clay Pigeon, nothing's accurate up here. So everyone flying around the circuit. Yeah, good stuff. Oh my god, my bottle of drink has nearly leaked everywhere. So checker flag for the 3 laps. And that will end out all that stuff that is called 3-lap practice. Right, so we're going on to what is actually one of my favourite formats. I love qualifying. It is one of I just love it. It's competitive in the sense that you need to play it right. And obviously, once you head into the pits, that is your qualifying session over. So you might as well stay out for the full time whilst you're out there. So everybody's having a chit chat. Look, they're having a chit chat on the right hand side of the screen. Fun fact for this weekend, there is obviously in the officials list, there is 2 Bens. And what's even funnier is that they call themselves Ben 1 and Ben 2. I was chuckling to myself this morning listening to the radio messages. Ben 1 to Ben 2. God, you don't want radio interference, would you? Between Ben and 1 and 2. Just realised a load of my overlays are still on. So I'm gonna say there's a slight pause before qualifying. I'm going to say there is a slight pause till qualifying because everybody's moving off the circuit. Using my one finger typing. I can hear my message has gone through downstairs because I can hear the music downstairs. Speaking of music, shall we chuck some on whilst we wait? Of course we do. Oh, they're doing tyre marking. Hey! So we have a short break up here. What? The music? There we go. Yes, there's going to be a short break whilst they do some marking of tyres up in the pit lane. I really wish I had a pit lane camera. That would be awesome. Maybe in the future we can get a camera near the pit lane. That would be one of the goals, just try and get one over that way. But yes, but when qualifying gets nearer to the time, we'll return here on the YouTube live stream. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wessex Challenge. It's only just beginning. Yes, I know the camera was backwards from him.
rush through my veins. You know, somewhere in the distance the sun's coming up. Everything is blurry, the trees flashing by my side, my side. We're far ahead, the horizon never seems so close. The sky is red, we're not out of the woods yet, you know. Don't stop. In your eyes, I see a fire lighting up as we're getting away. There's no going back and I'm loving the chase. Where you go, I follow. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back and I'm loving the chase. In your eyes, I see a fire lighting up as we're getting away. There's no going back and I'm loving the chase. Where you go, I follow. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back and I'm loving the chase. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back and I'm loving the chase.
I have sprinted from the building. This is gonna get clipped back. God, it's got music in the background as well. I forgot I did that. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Getting underway shortly. So we shall fade out the music. Yep. And get ready for what is qualifying. And I'll also get on the tannoy as well. So let's get things underway. Let's unmute the outside one, which I know is picking up wind noise. It's because that is on the tannoy. On the tannoy? On the digiboard. Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Wessex Challenge, and we have qualifying here. We've done some bits over on YouTube earlier this morning, so if you want to go and catch up on all those bits, head over to YouTube, Clay Pigeon Kart Club. There is a link on our Facebook page, but we're here for qualifying here at the Wessex Challenge 2023, and we've got the Honda and Rotax cadets. We have 15 drivers out on track. Who is going to be at the top at the end of this 6 minutes that we have here at the circuits? So as always, 3 camera angles covering the circuit here on the YouTube, and let's see how it all plays out throughout today. So let's see who ends out on top. I've ignored the first lap, as it's more of a banker lap. But let's see who is going to end out on top of the first one. So we'll name a couple of funds. The first one going over is the number 70. That's Jack Baker, running in the Rotax Cadet there. Ethan Cousins is the fastest Honda Cadet out there. Number 17. So let's see who else is out there. 41.63 is the fastest lap time so far in this qualifying session. So who is going to be the one out on top? By the way, if you want to send any support to the drivers out here today, feel free to pop into the YouTube chat and send your support. It'll be popped out over the tannoy throughout today as well. And I'm sure all the drivers would appreciate support as well. Anyway, coming down the main straight again for 3 laps. Who will end out on top at the start of this qualifying session? I love qualifying. This is brilliant. So it's Jack Baker still fastest out on circuit, 41.26. And I'm sure we're going to see some track evolution throughout this session as well, and throughout all the other classes. It's definitely going to be a busy one on the Junior Rotax when they go out for their qualifying session. But let's see how this goes. We only have 3 minutes 20 left on the clock for this qualifying. Is the 70 of Jack Baker going to stay out ahead at the moment? Or is anybody going to be able to get closer to that one? Luke McGould's gone up into second fastest, but the fastest Honda Cadet out there. 41.23 from Luke McGould. So 0.07 is what he needs to try and find out there. That's not a lot of time at all. So we've got quite a lot of novices out there as well today. We've got Ethan Cutland, we've got Konstantin Krastev, Dewey Hockridge, we've got Finley Ormshaw, Tommy Morris out there as well, Edison Burrows as well. Just to name a few, Jack Baker going even quicker, 40.89. There's a tenth between Jack Baker and Luke McGould. It's Rotax versus Honda for the fastest lap at the moment. Which we love to see. 2 minutes roughly left on the clock. Only 2 drivers to make it into the 40s. Ethan Cousins, third fastest, 41.02, so nearly creeping into the 40s here for this qualifying session. So carrying on through, Jack Baker knocking off hardly anything, but Luke McGould has dethroned Jack Baker from that top position. Only took him 6 laps, 40.82. Now fastest out there on circuit. Just showing you the differences between the Rotax and the Hondas out there. There isn't much between them at all. Ethan Cousins makes it into the 40s, 40.97. A couple of other drivers improving their lap times, 41.7 by Ethan Coupland, currently 9th fastest out there on circuit. Finley Ormshaw, 42.67, so 13th fastest out there. Luke McGould still challenging for that fastest lap and that top spot for this qualifying session, 40.73. Number 28 of the Rotax Cadets, 40.91, so a tenth behind Jack Baker. As we only have a few seconds left in this qualifying session, there is no extra lap. It is what it is for 35 seconds remaining. Is it going to be Luke McGould at the top of this qualifying session? We shall find out. So coming back down, we got the 61 there of Edison Burrows going over the line. Currently 15th fastest. So goes Luke McGould, Ethan Cousins, Jack Baker. That is your top 3. 2 Hondas and a Rotax for the Cadets. 8 seconds remaining. We've got 2 drivers managing to squeeze out another lap. Is the next driver coming over the line going to make it? Unfortunately not. It is checkered flag. So 2 drivers managing to squeeze out an extra lap for their qualifying session. Let's see how this ends out. So coming down the main straight then, let's get some more drivers. Any changes we're going to see? So the 70, Jack Baker managed to improve. 40.56 goes fastest. Luke McGall second fastest, 40.70. Ethan Cousins didn't improve either, so stays third fastest. And that is your top 10 finished. So there is no changes. So Jack Baker at the end of that one will qualify in P1, Luke McGall P2, and then Ethan Cousins P3. Fastest lap time was a 40.56. Luke McGall 40.70. So Jack Baker found some pace in his kart right at the end of that session. He did it on the last lap that he had available there. Right, so that is qualifying completed for the cadets. I say cadets is plural because, as you probably noticed, Hondas and Rotax all out together for the Wessex Challenge. So out next we'll have the Intermax qualifying session. And in this one, there is 8 drivers to compete for that top position at the start. So out come the Intermax then for their qualifying session. Which driver is going to end out on top? We've got a couple of drivers very tactically giving themselves a bit of a gap at the back, and we've got a scrap at the front. The rest of the field is. So your names are on the left side of the YouTube live stream. Times will be set out over voice. So 2 drivers taking it and giving themselves a lot of a gap. So you've got the 26 of Kian Downer running for TH course, and then we got I think that's the 88 of Cody Lipratwell. I hope I'm saying that right. So who's going to be out ahead at the start? So Benjamin Lawn is fastest at the moment. That is only their first banker lap though, so we've still got plenty of changes, such as the 88 who flies straight up to the top. Like I said, Kian Downer and Cody in the number 88, both of them giving themselves a lot of a gap instead of going out with the crowd at the start of qualifying. That's probably one of the more sensible things to do at this quali, instead of having a scrap. Obviously, if you have a scrap with others, that could affect your lap times out there. Ava Morris goes fastest, 38.80. Only driver so far to get into the 38s. Still early times in this qualifying session here for Intermax. Like I said already, I do love a qualifying session. And it's not often I get to commentate a qualifying session, so let's see if this continues on. So to the top end, and we'll get our next round of karts for this one. Anybody going to break that 38.80 set by the number 32? She goes over the line. Benjamin Lawn did for a second. Rook Thompson goes fastest now, 38.23. So 0.15 is the gap for the times, so it's hardly anything there. The 88 going third fastest. So the 88's showing up some pace with this qualifying session. Anybody going to break the 38.23 then? We're coming back around once again. We have a front pack in this 2 splits. Very good idea for these two. It's working all right for the 88. Ava Morris goes fastest once again, 38.02. Nearly in the 37s. Down comes the 88's. Quick driver and stays a 5th fastest, so it wasn't able to beat their 38.44. So your top 3: Ava Morris, Rook Thompson, Teddy Cooper, the number 79, 38.19. Are we going to break the 37s with the number 32 here? Will Ava Morris break that? And we shall see. So here we go. She does indeed, but isn't fastest. 37.85 set by Teddy Cooper. 1,000th between the two drivers of Teddy Cooper and Ava Morris. 0.01. 37.85 and the 37.86. Rook Thompson stays third fastest, 38.01, nearly into the 37s. But it is competitive between the 79 and 32 here. The 88 has dropped off a little bit. So coming down the main straight once again, Ava Morris got ahead of the driver she was following for a while. She does 37.79, but it's not quick enough. The 11, where's this time come from? 37.46. So knocked off over 0.3 between Rook Thompson and Ava Morris there. So finding some great pace out there, the number 11. Currently the third driver going into, going up towards the top bend now. So let's go again. 1 minute 22. Alpha changed. Rook Thompson still fastest. Doesn't improve. Ava Morris does. 37.65 now. So still just under 0.2 slower than Rook Thompson at the moment. Teddy Cooper just did a 38 dead. Not his fastest time. His fastest was 37.85. So let's see how this continues on throughout the rest of this session. Well, I said it before, I said it again. I do love qualifying. So we've got 50 seconds left now, just ticked onto the clock. And over comes Ava Morris. Doesn't improve at the moment. Rook Thompson does. Hello, 37.31. Compared to a 37.65, 0.3 quicker than Ava Morris at the moment on times. The 88 going up into 6th fastest, 38.34, so he saw some good pace from the 88 to begin with. It's sort of not improving at the moment. Still got 21 seconds. This is going to be close. So for most of these drivers coming over the line here now, that will be their final lap in this qualifying session. So here we go. None of the top 4 have improved on their lap times. Jack Johnson stays 7th for the minute. Checker flag has gone out. So Kean Downer not able to put out another lap, so he will stay 5th fastest. Adam Turek stays 8th fastest, 39.36. So does the 88, doesn't get in another lap. So our top 4 competitors here, will they be able to improve for one last time? So coming down the main straight, who will end up on top? So Ava Morris doesn't improve, Rook Thompson doesn't improve. Neither of the top 4 improved. So we only got one driver left, that's the 27, and neither improves. So going for P1 then will be Rook Thompson at the start of this qualifying session. Ava Morris will be 2nd fastest. And then Benjamin Lawn will round out your top 3 for this qualifying session. Fastest time was 37.31. Now things are going to get a lot more hectic over this next session. I say hectic because we got the Junior Rotax out next, and we know we have a lot of competitive drivers out there. Let's see how this will pan out. We have 6 minutes for the Junior Rotax. I think it's about 28 drivers. What do you reckon how this is going to go? Who do you reckon is going to add out on top? Put your name suggestions into the YouTube chat. Links on the Facebook page if you have time. But out comes the Junior Rotax. Oh my god, there's a lot already. Let's see if anybody will hang back to begin this qualifying session. We've got a few gaps forming to begin with. So yellow flags already out at Billy's for a second. So we must have had a spinner. But let's see who we get. So at the moment, only 20 drivers out on track. We've still got a few more panning out onto the track. You better come out quick before you get your front runners of this qualifying session come on through. 24 drivers out on total. We're going to get a few drivers that are going to get stuck in the mid-pack. 25 drivers out on circuits. So here we go then. This is where things could get quite intense. So just like the other 2 qualifying sessions, I won't acknowledge their first banker lap. This is just their warm-up one whilst they get going. So 38.53 is the fastest. We've got a couple more drivers coming out side by side, coming out of the pits. That was a bit risky. So here we go, the full 28 out on track. Those who have a gap at the moment will be doing all right. 36 coming out later as well, so quite a few drivers coming out late. So let's see who is going to out at the top. So Joshua Whitcomb is fastest at the moment, 35.17. Jarek Metz is a tenth slower at the moment. Jack West, 35.04. So Jack West currently fastest as everybody starts going into their second lap. Some still not done their first lap here in this qualifying session. He probably should have gone out a bit sooner, IMO. But it's a 35.04 to beat by Jack West. Joshua Whitcomb, 35.17, so second at the moment. And Jarek Metters will be third fastest. That's your top three for this qualifying session at the moment. It's already intense. We've not even started. Jarek Metters goes even quicker now, 34.84. Jack West now going fast. I feel like it's going to be these three. Lucas Howell into the top three, 34.90. Excuse the cough. It's going to be quite a close qualifying session here. Logan Bennett goes up to fifth fastest. Arthur Thacker up into seventh fastest. Pegging onto that one. 34.48 is the fastest lap time so far. So 3/10. Just over 3/10 faster than second, but Jarek Metters has gone quicker, 34.46. So 3:24 on the clock. We'll give it a while for more to update here on the timing screens. So Daniel Tribe goes quicker, 7th fastest, 34.85. Doing a few less laps than everyone else. We've got a couple that have done a lot less laps. And is staying at the bottom of the grid here. Karthik Kumeta, 29th fastest. Put it in the nicest way. 34.46 is the fastest. Nobody's been able to beat that yet. Our top three currently didn't improve on their last lap. But fourth downwards have been improving lap on lap. I've been staring at this timing screen, so I have no idea where anybody is. Just changing the camera angles whenever possible. Let's see if anybody else will go up into the 34s, close to that 34.46, that is. Will Swales jumps up into 7th fastest, 34.75. He did come out later than everybody else. Daniel Tribe, 6th fastest. Billy Edgecombe up as well. So anybody else will fly up the grid. So our top four unable to improve on their lap times at the moment. So somebody who's just flown up the grid though, Charlie Parker, the number 40, just doing a 34.45. So again, 1,000th quicker. The gap between the top is minute. Billy Edgecombe goes fastest now, 34.43. The times, they're just small. They're tiny. $34.43, and then it goes 34.45, 34.46, then 4.849. There's hardly anything between our top 6 drivers at the moment. Noah Pikes goes up the list, number 20 up into 4th. Billy Edgecombe still improving his lap times here in this qualifying session, 1 minute 24. So a couple of drivers that come out late are still near the under 20th. Emily Cotty going up into the top 20 now. Joshua Whitcomb, Benjamin Bartlett, both of them improvement. We've got a 34.17. We've got a 34.09 set by Jack West. So he's just flown to the top of the grid now. Put the camera over to Billy's for those at home. 56 seconds remaining on the clock. This is going to be tight. Billy Edgecombe doesn't improve, stays 5th fastest. Our top 4 have all improved on their previous lap times. We'll see if we get a few more fly over the grid in a minute from that top 4 pack. But it is a 34.09 to beat. Emily Cotter goes up to 21, Travis Road 22. And Jarek Metters improves, goes up to 3rd. 34.30 is his lap time there. 26 seconds left, so there's hardly any time left in this qualifying session. Charlie Parker in 4th position at the moment, 34.36 for himself. Billy Edgecombe dethrones him. We've got a 5th fastest for him, 34.38. Danny Newman up into 17th. Frank Ward up into 14th. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have the checkered flag. A few drivers just managing to squeeze in an extra lap as well. So our fastest driver, Jack West, has taken the checkered flag, so he will not be able to do another lap. Joshua Withcombe will be able to do another lap. He hasn't taken the checkered yet, so we have some improvement there. Benjamin Bartlett is in 4th, managed to go up into there. He has another lap that he can complete, but most of the top 10 now have taken the checkered flag, so it's going to stand for the minute. Will we see Joshua Withcombe or Benjamin Bartlett improve? Benjamin Bartlett doesn't improve, and neither does Joshua Withcombe, so that means at the end of that session then Jack West will take the fastest and end out in that P1 for qualifying 34.09. Nobody else was able to get close to that. Joshua Withcombe in 2nd, 34.17. So there's the gap for that one. And then Jarek Metters round out your top 3 for that qualifying session with a 34.30. So not a lot of time between those top 3. All in the 34s. Even P4 was in the 34s as well. Having a look at the gap between our first position driver in that qualifying session and our 19th position. So the top 19 drivers all qualified within a second of each other. That is crazy. Hardly any time to squeeze during that qualifying session. So that was a really good qualifying session. Jesus. This doesn't even show what the heats, pre-final and finals are going to be later. Junior Rotax, man. Absolutely love it. This year, Junior Rotax has been my far best to commentate on due to the high grids, high numbered grids, and the amount of competitiveness that we have in this class this year up here. It's just amazing. Like I said, the top 19 drivers all within 1 second qualifying. That is mad. Then 20th to 27th all within a second. And then it's literally the bottom 2 are the only ones. And then Zach Fontanou qualified 28th, 36.06. He's still within that gap from from 20th downwards. Karthik Kometa, I think, didn't finish his qualifying session. No, he did, sorry. It was Aidan Clark who didn't finish his qualifying session, so he still qualified quite high, even though he had to finish his early. But nevertheless, it's still quite good. So that was the Junior Rotax qualifying, which was absolutely crazy. Some brilliant qualifying, like I said, top 19 within a second. This time, though, it's the Senior Blues for their qualifying session. Sound still coming out of the tannoy, as usual. So let's see what we get from the Senior Blues in their qualifying session. We got 10 drivers. So which of the 10 will end out on that top 3? Starting positions under the top 3. For all of these ones. Probably should have done the top 4, really. That would cover the front 2 rows for your heats, at least. So, let's see what we do. We'll ignore the first banker lap. And, we're setting and just warming up for this one. So, Paul Alexander, 38.13. So, we'll use that as our banker. The 21 going a bit slow, which isn't going to help his qualifying session. Hopefully, we'll be able to get going quicker. Someone's gone wide and we'll be finishing this one early potentially, as we've got yellows down at Billy's. Hopefully be able to get going again. We've got another driver popping out onto the grid. It's number 1, Anthony Cleal. It looks like we've already got a retiree in this qualifying session. So Paul Alexander, 37 dead at the moment. Then Joey Foster, 37.13. Kieran Quirk, 37.24. So unfortunately, one driver will not be finishing their qualifying session, resultantly probably going to be starting at the back of this grid. I think that's the 99 of Max Gunter. He's not been over the line just yet. Anthony Cleal flies up to 7th fastest. Some of these times are going to be restricted a little bit with the yellows down at Billy's. But Joey Foster goes fastest now, 36.63. So Paul Alexander, 36.80. Steve Groves, 37.09. So this qualifying session still going strong for the Senior Blues. So 36.63 now for Joey Foster, the number 66. Still flying through this qualifying session. Nigel Vickery goes up to 5th. Anthony Cleal goes up to 6th. Knocks Robin Stoddart Stones down a position. Mark Cook 9th and Stuart Adam 10th. Those two unable to improve. And like I said, Max Gunter, unable to finish his qualifying session, is out of this qualifying session. And resultantly, will be starting at the back of the grid. So nobody able to get faster than 36.63 at the moment. That's with Billy's now unrestricted. So let's see how it goes for the rest of them. Joey Foster does go quick, 36.48, so did go faster. I think he just improved his own lap time though. Let's see how this continues on through the rest of this qualifying session. So 2 minutes 17 on the clock. Joey Foster 36.48 still, so improving his lap times. Kieran Quirk jumps up to 2nd, up 3 positions, 36.57. So no, not close to Joey Foster at the moment. The only one into 36.2s. Kevin O'Neill with a bit of a slower lap there. You could visibly hear that one. We've got another driver off the circuit. Looks like a retirement in this qualifying session. Again for the Senior Blues. Joey Foster still running 36.25, so going even quicker. Kieran Quirk, 10th slower, 36.35. Then Anthony Clear with 36.40. So another retiree. We've got one in the pits as well. Mark Cook. Ending his qualifying session. He ended that out on lap 4. So only doing 4 laps in this qualifying session. Anthony Cleal goes fastest, 36.23. So just beating out Joey Foster by 0.02 of a second. Joey Foster then sort of responds in a way, 36.20. We're going to have these two swapping positions again. So it looks like that was the number 6 who has retired from this session. Mr. Robin Stoddart Stones, unfortunately. Hopefully I was correct, and I was. So let's see how this continues on. 17 seconds remaining for this qualifying session here at the Wessex Challenge. Steve Groves has gone into the pits. And the checker flag is out for this qualifying session. So is anybody going to dethrone Joey Foster from that top position? 36.20 is the lap time at the moment. So Anthony Cleal doesn't go faster, so stays second for the minutes. Joe Foster doesn't improve his lap time. Doesn't matter. He stays at the top. And your top 3 is done. But we still... No, that's everybody. So Jay Foster ends out in P1. Anthony Cleo P2. And then Kieran Quirk P3. That is your top 3. And once again, your top 4 all within a second of each other. And your top 2 with hardly any gap at all. So yeah, like I said, no gap between the top 2 really. Good luck, Ethan Cozzy. Cozzy space S. AKA Ethan Cousins. So we still have 2 more qualifying sessions to go through. So 12 more minutes of qualifying to go. And then I will have had all of my excitement for the day. Oh, I'm only joking. We've got so much more to go through. Hey, there you go. Good luck to Ethan Cousins. Is it because I saw your mistake on the chat? Right, let's budge. Let's move the chair into place. And we are sat down for the next qualifying session. Definitely not getting old. "23 and saying that, eh?" Right, we've been live for about an hour and 25 minutes. And it feels the most action-packed hour and 25 minutes I've commentated in a while. That is for sure. I was about to say what's a hold up. I forgot that we've got 2 drivers down at the bottom. They're just getting recovered over the fence, which is actually handy for them because they're pitted down the bottom end of the circuit. Literally the left-hand side of your screen where the caravan is. That is where our senior blues are pitted up in the paddock. Timekeeper got a WhatsApp message. I know that because I can hear his speaker sounds going off. You're watching from Turkey. So we got Sweden, we got Turkey. Hey, going global. No, I can't remember what round it was, but I think we were being watched in 6 or 7 different countries. I can't remember what round that was, but that was quite funky. Hopefully we'll be able to get this qualifying session underway very shortly. And the support with Ben Page from Turkey. Bit of feedback on the microphone when I swing it around the place. Right then, let's see what we get for the next one. The senior Rotaxes. So we go from one set of seniors to another. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a wait, but we got the senior Rotax for their qualifying session now. Which of these drivers are going to end out on top? The 71 staying back a little bit, and so does the 36. And 2 other drivers as well holding back for this one. Bercy Wellesley as well in that list. Ben Page, number 90, has support from Turkey. I know this because we have supporters in the YouTube chat. So, yes. Still waiting for the day someone says, watching from Clay Pigeon. Right, so the banker lap is a 36.73 to start off with. And it's now a 35.74. Wow. A good start for Leo Purchase on his first lap. So let's see how this continues on with the rest of the field. There is no gap in that top 4 over there. So is anybody going to be able to squeeze past that top 4? Let's see who goes quicker at the start of this qualifying session. So at the moment, Ben Page fastest, 34.36. Elliot Thomas second, and then Finn Smith third. Those covered within a tenth of one another. There's hardly any time there. So our top 5 currently with top 3 within a tenth of each other. Some crazy facts running around in these qualifying sessions. So let's go another lap round. We've got 2 drivers off down at the hairpin. We've got 3 carts in total. It's now back to 2. Looks like we've got 2 retirees in this session, which isn't ideal for qualifying, but can play it back. Rosie Armstrong stays 16th fastest. Tom Rotherham goes up to 4th fastest. Bertie Wellesley up to 10th fastest. But Ben Page, 33.57. So go for another lap here in this session. So the 2 drivers that haven't come back over the grid is Zach Rowledge and Alex Austin. The 2 drivers that I believe are out of this session, which is a real shame. So we drop 2 and stick with the rest. Anybody going to go quicker in this session? Ben Page did improve his lap time, by the way, with a 33.43. Gino Cook stays 14th fastest, 35.05 was his last lap time. Not being able to break into 34s just yet. A lot of our front runners in the 33s. Finn Smith, 33.39. Going faster in this session. Brandon Hayes just popped out onto circuit. Got even less time to try and set a quick lap out here today. So Finn Smith still with that 33.39. He's coming over the line now. Doesn't improve at the moment. Neither does Ben Page, who I believe is stuck right behind. And talking of our current P1 driver, is stopped at Billy's Blind. So our P1 driver unable to improve, so he should be coming over the line now and doesn't. So Finn Smith out of this qualifying session. So is anybody going to break that 33.39, and is that 33.39 still enough to stay at the top positions later on today? So let's keep carrying on through. Zach Rowledge, like I said, out of this session, and Alex Austin out of this session. They are slowly flying lower to the bottom of the grid. Nobody else has managed to get close to that time set by Finn Smith, though, 33.39, even though he's out of the session. Still able to play on these. Stopped down at Billy's, having a watch of this qualifying session or being part of this qualifying session. Jack Maidment's 3rd fastest. Evie Pillane it was 4th fastest, now 5th fastest, because Brandon Hayes gotten quicker, 33.56. So let's see how that one goes. We still have a minute left on the clock. That's a minute to go for this qualifying session. So Gina Cook stays 15th. Evie Pillane doesn't improve last lap. No, does Dan Milne or Cameron Crockett. Ben Page, 2nd fastest, stays there. We've had gone into the pits is Tom Rotherham, who will be finishing his one in, at the moment, 8th position. 30 seconds remain. Bertie Wellesley goes up into the top 10, a 33.96. your top 10 all within 1 second. So we still have yellow flags down at Billy's. It's static. Whilst that kart is out on the circuit, unfortunately. So it is holding up a few people. Ben Page has got into the pits. Feels like he's done enough. Brandon Haig came out with only about 2.5 minutes left. Is third fastest. Checker flag is out though. Anybody going to head out into that top 3 positions in this session? So kart 4, Gino Cook stays 14th, doesn't improve. Neither does Evie Pillane. Cameron Crockett doesn't improve either. Neither does Dan Milner in this session. A 37 has backed out of that lap, so Elliot Thomas will stay 11th. And Brandon Haig unable to squeeze into the top positions. When I say the top positions, I mean first and second. So Finn Smith, even with his DNF in this qualifying session, still remains on P1 for this session of 33.39. Ben Page will be second, 33.43. Brandon Haig third, 33.49. Isn't Finn Smith lucky? He was quick enough before his kart gave up for a minute and gives himself that P1. But yeah, quite a few people popped into the pits during this session. Feel like they've done enough. Daniel Beers and Jamie Bradfield both went into the pits and resultantly went down the order slightly. They finished in P12 and 13th respectively. Tom Rotherham went into the pits on lap 6, managed to stay in the top 10, finished in 8th. And then Jack Mabens managed to finish 4th when he popped into the pits, and so did Ben Page. He stayed in 2nd. But that's the thing to see, is the word out next to your P1 driver in a qualifying session. So back to the chat. Hello, Kirk. So just waiting for these recoveries to go on through, and then we should be able to get underway with our last qualifying session of the day. The last qualifying session is, of course, the 177 and 177 Masters. So if you only just tuned into the YouTube live stream, you've missed 95% of the qualifying that we've had today. Just waiting on the 177s out next. Yay, Finn Smith's taken the checkered flag. Backwards recovered. I'm good, thanks, Kirk. Hope you're alright as well, bud. He's now sent me a Snapchat. Oh. Right, so we have the 177 and 177 Masters for their qualifying session. 6 drivers out on circuit at the moment. So let's see how this one plays out. We've got 6 minutes, 6 drivers, and one of them going a little bit slower in this opening lap. Let's see what sort of banker lap we got to begin with. So it's a 41.11. Well, actually, it's now 40.86. Let's see what we get from the rest of these next few laps. Looks like we've got one driver unable to even post a lap at the start of this qualifying session, and has popped into the pits. Simon Pugh. So 36.22 set by Harrison Crook. That's the fastest lap we got here. Cameron Marston second fastest, 36.91. Ian Branfield 37 dead, third fastest. Ben Johnson fourth. Jason Bear fifth fastest. Let's see if anybody else improves. And I think it's going to be a battle between 3 drivers, Harrison Crook, Cameron Marston and Ian Branfield. So Harrison Crook goes for a 35.83, and that is our fastest here. So let's see how this carries on in this lap. So coming down the main straight then. So Jason Bear, 35.61, but Harrison Crook goes quicker, 35.48. So those two, hardly anything between them both. Well, there is about just under 2/10, but anyway. But Harrison Crook's still batting that top position for the 177s. Ian Brownfield goes quicker. 35.29. Will Harrison Crook go even quicker? Doesn't at the moment. 35.43. So Ian Brownfield stays for that P1 position at the moment. In this qualifying session, we still have 2.5 minutes left to go. He's actually out all by himself, the 46. So down the main straight comes the 46. Goes even quicker, 35.14. 64 over the line. Cameron Marston goes up to third. Harrison Crook stays second. Ben Johnson then dethrones the man that came up to third and is now third himself. Ben Johnson, 35.28. So that is what we get. So 30 seconds left on this qualifying session. Sorry, some audio issues up here. 34.99 so fastest by Harrison Crook, matched by Ian Branfield. Hello. Ben Johnson, third fastest, 35.52. So unable to improve at the moment. 10 seconds left. So for most out in this session is their final session here. I think that was Harrison Crick there making an overtake into the hair, but that's going to affect the 50s lap time, Jason Bear's lap time. Nevertheless, though, checker flag goes out. So Ian Branfield goes quicker, 34.98. And we'll finish out on P1 at the moment. Harrison Crick's in the pits, so he won't improve. And Ben Johnson over the line, third. So your top three as follows. Ian Branfield ends out on P1 with a 34.98. Harrison Crick second, and then Ben Johnson P3. So there we go then, ladies and gents. That is the end of qualifying. And we'll be next out onto our heat. Yep, not plural, heat, singular, as we have heat, pre-final and a grand final for Saturday for the Wessex Challenge. So the grid for the Honda and Rotax Cadets is on the YouTube live stream. Link is on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Facebook page. You'll be able to check out all the extra little bits that you see on the YouTube live stream. Talking of cadets, we got some support into the YouTube chat. We got a good luck to Luke, Charlie, and Nikita in the Honda Cadets from Kurt Kaplan. And then Alfred says good luck to Ethan Cousins, number S17, and Charlie White, the number 47, in the Honda Cadets as well. So some support coming through on the YouTube live stream. So the grid will be as follows. So pole will be Jack Baker, then it'll be the 28 in second. Third will be Franklin Street, followed by Ethan Coupland in fourth. And it's disappeared. I should say static on the top page. So on row number 3 will be Emily Davey, then Luke McGall. Row 4 will be Ethan Cousins, then Archie Cannon. Then we go to the next row. Charlie White and Zach Ormshaw will be there. So that is your pole to 11th. How does that work? Pole, second, third, fourth, fifth. Where's 7th? Oh, there's no 6th. That's why. That makes sense. That's why everything's a little bit confusing. So, yeah. Jack Baker on pole. So let's see how this heat plays out. The cadets are always competitive, and with a lot more Rotax cadets, we could see some even further competitiveness from these Hondas and Rotax cadets. Diggon, there is no P6. That is why I got confused as well. Yeah, I guess in the driver that was in 6th will not be participating in this heat by the looks of it. So it goes 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th. That's why I questioned why there was 11th on the 5th row, I think it was. We all get confused together. Because that's what we do. Note to myself, bring a fan tomorrow. So I think we're still waiting on a few bits here at the circuit before we get underway with the heats at Clay Pigeon Raceway. But what do we expect from these heats? Who are you supporting? Pop it into the chat down below. Oh no, it's to the right on YouTube, isn't it? Put it in the chat. Who are you supporting? What you reckon is going to end out near the top of the grid? We've got a lot of stuff to go through. So these heats are 8 minutes plus a lap. So drivers getting an extra 2 minutes from their qualifying session up into this heat. And yeah, this is where the racing really begins. This is where we are going to see quite a fair bit of... I want to say drama, but I don't think there's going to be any drama. I'll tap wood for a reason. But let's see how it goes, shall we? So yeah, just still waiting, and hopefully we'll be able to get underway so far. Ethan Cousins is going to win the heat. Ooh. Do you want to bet on it? Do you want to bet on it, Alfred? Do you want to have a quick... No, I'm checking. And Decon says, "Go, Nikita!" So we'll keep an eye on Ethan Cousins and Nikita Roberts, respectively, throughout of this heat. Good luck to Daniel Tribe, the 61. Wait, Daniel Tribe's a junior, isn't he? Yeah. There's a slight pause whilst we wait for this first heat here at Clay Pigeon. And with that said, we're going to put some music in the background just whilst we wait. I'll try and do this if there is any long pauses, if I remember. Oh, if I remember. Let's have a spy on the rest of the circuit, shall we? So, that's Joe having a chat with our start finisher. And she's a blob, but we got one of our marshals out there, feet up, chilling, loving life. To be fair, I'd do the same if I was out there. Obviously, massive thank you to all our marshals, as always, braving the day, which is actually quite a nice day. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie, it's actually quite nice. I'll probably jinxed it, but it was actually quite nice at the minute. Anybody who mentions weather up here, just don't. I don't always jinx it, Kirk. Shh. Oh dear. Parker and Weymouth. That's my hometown. Oh, yeah. Well, it's 25 decibels. Yeah, we are still waiting. I'll try and get some confirmation for everybody in a second. Actually, I can agree with you on that one, Kurt. I do actually jinx false starts up here. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I always jinx a false starts up here. Like, it's probably the only thing I jinx properly. Right, back to the music. Alex, cut the music! Cut the music! We're going! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the heats. Oh, we got a spinner. Yes, we're here. Formation lap. Sorry, I forgot I had music playing on the YouTube live stream. It all goes through the same speakers. All right, let's go for let's go for the heats, shall we then? Our formation lap is here. Just like Kurt Kaplan said, I jinx false starts, so hopefully we won't get any. So, 15 drivers. The action is beginning right here for the Wessex Challenge. The racing's going to get underway really, really soon. So, going up to the top bend, by the looks of it, we only have the one running up lap. So, to the top bend. Have I jinxed it? Coming down the main straight then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the Wessex Challenge properly underway, and we are ready to go for the first heat here at Clay Pigeon for the Wessex Challenge. So around Billies we go through the S's and down the back straight. It's a 70, 17, then 15. That is your top three going down into the hairpin. Please don't get this confused with the horseshoe. That's a mental note for myself, actually. Into the horseshoe, 70 with a little bit of a gap to second and third. And we'll get the right screen up for the YouTube live stream to top bend and down the main straight. Let's go for the first finished lap of this heat. So it's Jack Baker, followed by Ethan Cousins, then Luke McGould, then it's the number 28, then 23, then the 12, Charlie White. That is in 6th position. Zach Ormshaw in 7th. So our top three splitting away from 4th downwards. 4th has a nice little helmet there. It's gold. Shiny gold. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. 15 staying as close as possible to 2nd position. 23 catching to our 4th position driver. So, top bend, down the main straight we come once more, and the 70 with a gap. That gap is just 0.83. So, not a second just yet. So, we'll keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, 4th position is Archie Cannon, going down at the back straight, the 23. Then it's the 12. Charlie White has followed up into another position as well. So that is your 4th and 5th position. Drivers going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Went in a very tight line there. That was the 21 trying to get ahead of the 28. Seems like the 28 doesn't have a lot of pace at the start of this session during this heat. But there goes your leaders. down the start finish. It is a Rotax Cadet that's leading the way of this one, and going almost down the inside. Nikita Roberts looking for a move ahead of the driver in front. That driver ahead of her is the 21. So Zach Ormshaw making a return, and so does Finley Ormshaw. We haven't seen them, both of them together for a little while. So around the horseshoe we go for the 23 and 12. 28 still managing to stay ahead of the 21. Those two novices. So coming over the start finish, Jack Baker, Ethan Cousins, Luke McGall. Fastest lap is our leader, Jack Baker, 40.53. Staying strong at the start of this session. So the 23 and 12 with a nice reasonable gap. So 4th and 5th, solid for the minutes, as everybody else is staying a little bit further behind in this race. Their pace a little bit slower to the rest of the grid. So around the horseshoe we go. It's staying a formative train. Going into the right-hander to the top end. And to the top end we go for our 6th position downwards. Nikita Roberts taking the right-hand side of the track, resultingly losing a position there to Hockridge in the 77, where she'll be able to fight back going into the S's and towards the back straight. Meanwhile at the front, the 70 leading by a gap of 1.2 seconds. Still no change from Archie Cannon and Charlie White in this race. Those two split away from the pack. There is quite a gap between those two to begin with. Down the inside into the S's goes the 79 on the 74. So Tommy Morris there ahead of Finley Ormshaw. Managed to catch that one out of the corner of my eye. Right back to our leaders though. The top three still unchanged in position wise. The 17 still staying in second. Luke McGall falling off a little bit behind our second position driver. Archie Cannon and Charlie White, still no change between these two. And Zach Ormshaw blipped over the line first ahead of the 28. So the 21 is ahead, and he is ahead of the 28. So managing to unleash himself from the 28, who is currently 2/10 slower than Zach Ormshaw at this time. But around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. So towards the top bend we go for that pack. So pack of 3, and that's a swerve left to right. That's the 11. Franklin Street there. Did he know which way you wanted to go? As he's still behind the slower 28. There again, the 11 currently 2/10 faster than the 28 in this session. Still got plenty of time though. We still got 2 minutes. Well, not plenty of time. 2 minutes to go in this one. The 11 spun it at the horseshoe, unfortunately though. So has lost a lot of time there and a few positions as well. Nevertheless, this is another battle we have. It's Archie Cannon and Charlie White as they go around Billy's through the S's. And down the back straight, these two have been stuck together for a little while in this race. And pretty much from lap 2 or 3, Charlie White is still yet to get past. And neither of them able to catch up with our first, second, and third drivers. So the gap between Jack Baker, who is our leader, by the way, is just 2.3 seconds. Alpha time is changed. As soon as the leader goes over the line, everybody else instantly goes a lap down. That's a bit confusing, but something we'll have to get used to up here in the commentary. 28 going through the S's there, a little bit squirmy. But down Sturmy Straight they go to the hairpin. And we have blue flags out for Edison Burrows. First blue flags of the event today. Jack Baker catching up with that one. Second and third are close together though. Luke McCall's found some pace in the closing stages of this race. Starting to get close to the back bumper of Ethan Cousins there. So coming down the main straight there, and it comes the 70-61. 61 being one of the back markers in this race. The second and third position drivers still not able to catch up to the 70. Jack Baker with some strong pace to begin with in this opening heat of the day. And looks like our back marker was being squeezed left and right side. It was like a sandwich, back marker sandwich. Set of 15 and 17 managing to get past. And Luke McCall with that one, able to get ahead. Will the 17 squeeze down the inside? Nearly does. And coming from the top end down the main straight. We go. So checker flag goes out to Jack Baker. Luke McCall blipped the line first. So Luke McCall takes second. Ethan Cousins third. Oh, I didn't even realise it was last lap. Getting right into that one. Archie Cannon fourth, Charlie White fifth. And then it's nearly side by side for Zach Ormshaw and Achille in the number 28. 6th and 7th position there. Ethan Copeland 8th. Nikita Roberts takes 9th at the end, with Hugh Hockridge going down to 10th. Franklin Street 11th, and then Konstantin Krastev in 12th. Tommy Morris 13th. Finley Ormshaw 14th, and then your 15th and final driver, Edison Burrows, finishing a lap down at the end of that race. So that is your Honda and Rotax Cadet heats complete. That is the only heats we have for today. That's because we run quality heats, pre-finals and grand finals on day one of the Wessex Challenge. You see, I always get the hairpin and horseshoe muddled. Right then, let's give you the grid for the Intermax. And that is your grid. Rook Thompson and Ava Morris will be on the front row, with Benjamin Law and Teddy Cooper on the second row. Kian Downer and Cody Lipatrell, I hope I'm saying that right, on the third row. And then the fourth row is Jack Johnson and Adam Turek. As always, I do apologise if I do mispronounce names. I lost the bet. Hey, the chat bet. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the Intermax heat next, and let's see what we get from these 8 drivers as they go for their formation lap here. So going towards the top end then, let's get ready for this heat. And it is full started for the start of this heat. So back around again we go. So going around the horseshoe. And we'll get ready to go around once more. The second time lucky is the question. And we are good to go for this time round for the Intermaxes. It's a lot of curb for one of our drivers out there at Billy's. So through the S's, down the back straight. That was the 26 who took a lot of curb. Aggressive on the curb to begin with. Around the hairpin we go, and then towards the horseshoe next. 32 leading the way. Through the right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go, and we'll get ready to go from our first lap of this race. So down the main straight. So it's the 32, then it's Rook Thompson in the 11, then it's Teddy Cooper in the number 79 in third. Benjamin Lawn fourth, Kian Downer fifth, Jack Johnson sixth, Adam Turek in seventh, and then Cody Lepotel in eighth, the number 88 in eighth. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Right, let's carry on to the hairpin. Around the horseshoe, 32 still leading the way. The 11 looks like he is closing the gap to Ava Morris, a strong driver out there. So coming down the main straight. Flying into Billy's blind. 38.11 is the fastest lap set by our leader at the moment, Ava Morris. The gap is 0.3 between Ava and Rook out there going down the back straight. It's a 79 of Teddy Cooper in third. Still strong and in this race between for that top positions. And we got a contact warning for the number 12 in sixth position. So down the main straight, the 32 still leading the way. The 11 closing the gap ever so slightly. So let's see how this turns out. Going through the S's, down the back straight. Still flying on with this heat for the Intermax. Hairpin to the horseshoe. Top three closing. Through the right-hander towards the top bend. And then down we come, down the main straight once again. And this gap is definitely closing between Ava Morris and Rook Thompson. And Teddy Cooper goes fastest, 37.73. And you can see, because going into Billy's and through to the S's, there is no gap really between these three. So let's keep an eye on this as we go through into the hairpin next. Teddy Cooper looking strong in the corners at the moment. The 11 going a bit wider on the exit of the horseshoe. And through the top bend down to the main straight. Once again, we go for another lap. Is there going to be any changes from these top three? As we go into Billy's once again. The 79 looks strong at Billy's. Quite evenly matched going through the S's. Meanwhile, fourth and fifth. Ooh, 79 squirmy on the sausage curb. It's lost a little bit of time there. But back to fourth and fifth, Benjamin Lawn and Kian Downer. The two, they are the next battle between them. Will the 26 be able to catch up with the 85? And the 27 is close to the 7 of Cody in the number 88. But meanwhile, still at the front, Ava Morris has produced a little bit more of a gap now. As we get to, well, we're nearing the halfway mark of this race. So round Billy's towards and through the S's. Hopping the curb nicely there. Number 32 of Ava Morris. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And down the main straight we come then. So the 32 still leads. Then it's Rook Thompson and Teddy Cooper. I knew you said somebody else then. So not much change has been happening so far. A lap ago, Jack Johnson was given a contact warning, but still, we are still flying through this race. Let's see how we continue on with 3 minutes 12 left on the clock. And Ava Morris increasing her gap, a 10th each lap so far. So, yeah, let's just still keep going with this one. Kian Down is starting to catch up to the 85 on the closing minutes of this race. That gap has been closing for the last couple of laps, but it's still 1.6 is the gap between 4th and 3rd, so still plenty of time between them at the moment. That is slowly decreasing that gap, so our top 3 slowing up ever so slightly with a few minutes left on the clock, exactly 2 minutes to be precise, around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Still no change from these. Top bend and down the main straight. So the 32 still leads the way in this race. And Root Thompson second. Ava Morris goes and improves the fastest lap of this race. 37.68 is what we have with her at the moment. Root Thompson with a 38 dead on his last lap. So yeah, still no changes on the grid, on the track even. A 26 still unable to catch up to the 85. So a minute left then. A minute plus a lap left to go. And still no change from our top 3, but Kian Down is real close to Benjamin Lawn now, as we've been seeing this develop over the last couple of laps. Still the 26 is behind, but Benjamin Lawn will have to watch out on the last few laps. So we have 30... My clock says 35 seconds, the actual race clock says 23 seconds. I don't know for timing. So 17 seconds left. So the next time the 32 of Ava Morris, our leader, goes over the line, we'll be reaching the last lap of this race. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Around we go. The gap between first and second has dropped to 1.6 seconds. So is Teddy Cooper going to be able to catch up to second possibly in this next lap or two? The gap might be a bit too big. But nevertheless, going over the line, and we go to the last lap of this race here. I'm checking on the digiboard for the time. So through the S as we go down the back straight for our leader of the 32. Teddy Cooper's slowly closing the gap. I don't think it's going to be enough in these last stages. Around the hairpin, though, it is getting closer. Same for Kian Downer in 5th position. But nevertheless, we'll focus on our leader to the top end and coming down the main straight. This time I've actually noticed our winner for the Intermax Heat will be the number 32. That is Ava Morris. Root Thompson will stay in a second with the number 11. Teddy Cooper in 3rd. Benjamin Lawn 4th. Kian Downer will stay in 5th. Adam Turek stays in 6th. Cody will stay in 7th. And Jack Johnson finishes the top 8 and only 8 in 8th position. So a decent but stale race there between them all. No changes for a fair few minutes of that race. Right, let's show you the grid for the junior Rotax. Lots of drivers out there, 29 altogether. And just looking at the grid as well, we had 2 disqualifications on the qualifying by the looks of it. So Jack West and Joshua Whitcomb will be on the front row. Will Swales was disqualified and put to 28th, and then Karthik Kumeta also disqualified as well. So they would have been quite high in this race. So we'll keep an eye on and see how they'll be able to recover from that qualifying session. Jarrett Metters and Benjamin Bartlett will be on the second row, as it keeps flicking through the first screen and second screen here on the YouTube live stream. Charlie Parker and Billy Edgecombe on the third row, Noah Pikes and Lucas Howe on row 4, row 5, Ellis Snow and Charlie Cox. And then the final row will be Rufus Flan and... when it flicks back again in a few seconds. There we go. Is Rufus Flan and Donald Tribe rounding out that row there. The rest of the grid on the YouTube live stream, youtube.com/@Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Link is also on the Facebook if you want an easy link. And here comes the roar of the Junior Rotax. A busy grid that we have here today. Just watch the grid fill out the left side of the screen. Right, so with this many drivers, are we going to get underway straight away? Or am I going to jinx it? As per usual. So our top drivers here, hopefully going to slow them down and get the full grid here going. That is one busy grid. Still waiting for a few back markers to come on through. But ladies and gentlemen, this one can and probably will be quite competitive. So going down the main straight then. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going for a false start at the start of this race. So false started. So we'll go back round for another formation lap here in this race. We'll be able to get them slowed up, ready to go back round again. I'm going to shut up because I'll probably jinx it. So to the top bend then. And let's see if we are going to go. And this time we are. Massive lock up from our driver at the front. He's lost a few positions there. I say a few, I meant a fair few. So it's the 29 that leads away, and I think that was Jack West completely locked up at the start there. So we'll see where he ended up after that lockup. So through the horseshoe we go, the 29. Then I think that was the 53 of Jarek Metters in there as well. And then down the main straight we go. We've got a slight pack drop off near the back of the grid. So it's Joshua Whitcomb, then Jarek Metters, then Billy Edgecombe, Benjamin Bartlett, Lucas Howell, and Jack West in 6th. So we managed to stay in the top 6. We got 1 off, 2 off even. They look like they're together. Down at Billy's. Meanwhile, back to the front of the grid. We're seeing Jack West recovery here from that lockup. Looks like he's up into 5th position there. Number 92. So coming down the main straight we go. It's still the 29 leading the way. No overtaking at Billy's. So around we go there. That will slightly slow them down. So through the S's down the back straight, we're back off again. Like I said, Jack West up into 5th. He seems like he was recovering it down at the hairpin. That seems where he's finding the time. He's up into 4th now. So, like I said just a second ago, Jack West seems to find the pace back again at the hairpin. So down the main straight we come once again. The 29, Joshua Whitcomb leading the way, followed by Jarek Metters, Billy Edgecombe, and then, like I said, Jack West. Fastest lap time, 34.68 as well, set by him. So a quick recovery And will he be able to get back to that P1 that he had at the start of this race? Fifth position, Benjamin Bartlett. Lucas Howes in P6. With Charlie Cox 7th, Charlie Parker 8th. So the two Charlies. Rufus Fine 9th and Noah Pikes in 10th. That could have changed whilst I was reading that out on track. But to the top bend we go. And down the main straight we come for another lap in this very chaotic and action-packed heat so far. No change from our top 10. So down at the back straight we go. The 29 still leading the way. The 53 of Jarek Metters seems to catch ever so slightly in the corners, but does lose a few times on others. And we also got the 23 and 92, Jack West and Billy Edgecombe. Those two are catching our top two runners here. So down into the hairpin we go, and it looked like Jack West was going for a move. He did back out of that one. By the looks of it, a lot of touchy-turvy going on down there at the hairpin. He has backed off just a little bit from that one, and Billy Edgecombe does hold that P3 for the minute. So down the main straight we come once again. Keep an eye on the 92 as we go through this race. Around Billy's we go. The 92 losing a bit of time there as he drifted into the entrance of the Billies. A little bit further back to 44 and 19. Lucas Howell right on the back of the 44. As I say that though, it looks like he is ahead, and he is indeed. The 19 now ahead of the 44. So will we see Lucas Howell come into that top 3 battle soon? We're halfway through this race. And if the action is like this already, 4 minutes into this heat, what are we going to get during the pre-final and final later on today? But we set our action still here. The 92 right on the rear of the 53. No move made at the hairpin. So he's staying back for the minute. And he's looking for a move at the horseshoe, taking a different line to hopefully find a gap. That gap hasn't come to him just yet. Top bend. Will he do anything down the main straight? You can just see Lucas Howell has a great view of this as we've gone through. So through the kink we go into Billy's. Jack West really wants that P3 position. He wants to get back up again. Stays right behind. Could barely fit a credit card in that gap he had at the hairpin, and he looks a bit frustrated. Through the horseshoe to the right-hander. Lucas Howell splitting away from the drivers behind. So down the main straight we come. Jack West with a bounce in his seat to try and get him down the main straight. Through the S's, down the back straight we go once more. Is there going to be any attempt at the hairpin? And no, not for the minute. Jack West really trying. He goes down the inside of the hairpin, using the curb to help him go around the left-hand side, but loses time. And Billy Edgecombe with a much better exit. And I just realised we have lost 3 drivers. So it's actually the Joshua Whitcomb leading the way. On the 15, I think it was Logan Bennett, is not here. I completely didn't see that. So yeah, battle for P3. So around the horseshoe we go. The 53 losing a bit of time. Jack West really wants to get ahead, but nothing's happening. And meanwhile, Lucas Howell is just sneakily being there in the background. So into Billy's we go. Jack West still behind. Will he make a move at the S's? Stays behind at the S's. Through the S's, down the back straight. You can tell the 53 is being a bit more defensive. Jarek Metters here as we go on through. Mainly because he is slowing right up to the point where Lucas Howell has joined this party. And is he going to disrupt this party as well? There's a minute left on the clock. So we still have loads of time to see what we get. Lucas Howe has a great view of this going into Billy's. Jack West still in 4th position. The 29, Joshua Withcombe, has a gap of 1.2 seconds. So our front runners here still flying through, catching up with one of our back markers as well. But meanwhile, Jack West, he's still struggling. Meanwhile, the 44, I think that is of Benjamin Bartlett, stays ahead. We've got yellows at the right-hander as we have another driver who will DNF from this race. Unfortunately, 26 seconds left on the clock. Jack West is running out of time to get into the top 3. He'll still be on the second row if he starts either 3rd or 4th. It's either the right-hand side of the track or the left-hand side of the track. One of our back markers getting right out of the way, but side by side coming out of the hairpin and into the horseshoe. Jack West still can't get ahead. Jack West just doesn't have the pace at the exit of the corners. So down the main straight we come. A couple more back markers getting out of the way of our lead and front runners. We're on the last lap of this race as well. So this is make or break for Jack West. It's now or never down the back straight. And I think the 92 has got ahead. I think he has got ahead with the help of a back marker. Managing to get through a bit quicker than the 53, and he has done. Lucas Howell is in the back of this list. Contact warning has been given to Jack West as well. Meanwhile, checker flag goes to Joshua Withcombe. So Jack West will finish in 3rd, Jarrett Messes will finish 4th, Lucas Howell 5th, Benjamin Bartlett 6th, Charlie Cox 7th, Charlie Parker 8th, Rufus Flan 9th, and Noah Pikes in 10th. What an intense race just for the top, well, from 3rd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, really. Lucas Howell, if he was given a bit more time, probably would have made it. The 92 sort of brake checking at the end of that race. We lost a couple of drivers in this race. We lost Logan Bennett, Ellis Snow, Daniel Tribe, and hello, Noisy. That was an exhaust. So there we go. That was the junior Rotax heat. I think we all need to take a breather after that one. Wow, wow, wow. Right, let's go to the grid for the senior blues. If that is what we have for today and tomorrow. Yes. So Jack West on that race with a bit of a lock-up to begin with, and just does a recovery drive at the end, and just makes it into 3rd. But wow, wow, wow. Indeed. Right, senior blues then. Joey Foster on the front row with Anthony Cleal. Kieran Quirk on the second row with Paul Alexander. 3rd row will be Nigel Vickery and Steve Groves. On row 4 will be Kevin O'Neill and Robert Stoddart Stones. Row 5 will be Mark Cook and Stuart Adam. And then all on his own on the 6th and final row, Max Gunter. Just heard someone go, Senior Blue! Oh, God. Wow, what a race. I'm still getting over the junior Rotax race. Still keep hearing people going, Senior Blue! Just heard myself say that again. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are live over 2 days this weekend. So we've got today and tomorrow. So please do check in same time tomorrow for the start of the Wessex Challenge Day 2 and round number 4. So those who are here for round 4, the action of that is tomorrow. And don't forget, points from today will be merged with tomorrow for the Wessex Challenge. And so we're just doing round 4 tomorrow. That will be just the points for them. For that one, and it does go towards the West Challenge as well, but if you do the one day, it might not be enough for everything here. Good luck to all the senior blues. Looking forward to being there in person tomorrow. Hey, are you on the grid tomorrow, Tom Parker? Brum. Because I have the windows open, the microphone picks it up. Lovely. Yeah, I'll be back racing next year, enjoying the Wessex. I'm gutted not to be there this year. Oh, hopefully we'll see you next year then. So a bit of a break here, is it? Ooh, people are being summoned. Right, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Senior Blues. And here is their formation lap here for their first heat for the Wessex Challenge. Yeah, like Tom Parker said, there is actually a few more. No, he didn't say that. But like Tom Parker, there is actually a few Senior Blues racing tomorrow. So yeah, we do have a bigger grid tomorrow to participate in the round 4 and the Wessex Challenge Day 2. A couple of these wanting to be a part of the full Wessex Challenge experience. Oh, got a baby on the way, so need to save up. Oh, well, congratulations, first of all. And yeah, you definitely need to save the money. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, to the racing for the Senior Blues. And we're underway for the first race for the Senior Blues here, going into Billies. Around Billies we go, and through the S's we are. Down the back straight, and then we get ready for the hairpin for the Senior Blues. So who is out ahead at the start of this race here? To the horseshoe, and it's the number 1 followed by the 66. So that's Anthony Cleo, then Joey Foster. And down the main straight we come then for the first Senior Blue lap for this heat. So Anthony Cleo leads away, 37.34 is the fastest lap time here. And down the back straight, Anthony Cleo and Joey Foster quite quick at the start. Towards top end, and we come down the main straight. So our top 2, Anthony Cleo and Joey Foster, splitting away from the rest of the field here. Quite quick to begin with. Paul Alexander, Nigel Vickery, then Steve Groves. They are in a pack of 3, soon to be 4, with our 6th position driver of Kevin O'Neill in that slot. 44, Carl 44, doing 46 and 5.9. So has he had an issue somewhere? Hopefully he'll be able to resolve it. He is visually slower than the others. Not to single out, but we go back to the rest of the field here. and get going. So kart 1 now with a over half a second gap to Anthony Cleal, and then it's Nigel Vickery downwards for the P3 positions. Will we see any changes from these lot going down the back straight? So around the horseshoe to the right-hander and into the top bend for the third position battle. Into Billy's. Still no changes from this one. Steve Groves is starting to catch slightly to... Paul Alexander slightly catching to Nigel Vickery. Steve Groves is actually catching as well. Looking at the wrong name on the timing screen. But let's see how this one plays out. We're still not being able to close a gap enough through the horseshoe and right-hander, but to the top bend. And down we come. Still no change going through. So our leader of the number 1 still happy ahead of the field at the moment. That gap is nearing a second between kart 1 and kart 66. And meanwhile for a third downwards, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Hello, Mr. Carscrutter. The 18 has escaped to the grass, and by the looks of it hasn't continued on because I haven't seen him come on the other side of the container. So that battle for third has dropped from 4 people to 3. I wonder why he's done that. So that means Kevin O'Neill is out of this race. No longer able to continue on, unfortunately. So we're down to 8 senior blues out on circuit. And meanwhile, that battle for third stays as it was. There's just 3 of them instead of 4. So to the top bend, catching one of our back markers as we're over halfway in this race. Fastest lap is a 36.27. And our top 4 drivers all within the 36s. During this race. Number 4 backing off slightly in this race. So it is a battle for 2 for third position. Nigel Vickery and Paul Alexander as they come down the main straight. Still no changes for these. Number 1 has gone slow. Number 1 is slow. Anthony Cleal has bogged right down and it looks like is retiring from this race. And he has done. He's pulled into the cut through just before the hairpin, which means Joe Foster now inherits the lead. And Nigel Vickery and Paul Alexander, that battle's now for second position now. What a shame for Anthony Cleal. He was leading it by almost 1 second. So through the SSN for our second and third position drivers. And I'll pass what was our our leader going through the hairpin down towards the horseshoe. So 2 drivers out, unfortunately. Kevin O'Neill, and then just lost Anthony Cleal He still has the fastest lap time. But still no changes from our second and third position drivers of Nigel Vickery and Paul Alexander. The gap is close, but not close enough. Meanwhile, Steve Groves stuck behind the back marker. Flapping his hand around. Get out the way. But we go for 42 seconds left on the clock, so we're coming to the closing stages of this heat. And the Senior Blues still no changes in most of the grid. I lied. Paul Alexander has got up a position. I missed that overtake that he's done. So Paul Alexander up one position. Nigel Vickery down to third position. The one time I look at timing, they're not on the track. Will he be able to fight back through the hairpin towards the horseshoe? Or is this what we are having for this one? 8 seconds left. And our leader, the number 66, able to squeeze another lap in this race. He's going around Billy's at the moment, through to the S's. And then it's our second position drivers of Paul Alexander and Nigel Vickery going into Billy's now. That gap, by the way, is 7.5 seconds, so 7.5 seconds between first and second. So I think it's safe to say Joey Foster has this one in the bag at the moment, as long as he doesn't mess anything up for the next 2 laps. Oh, lap. So Joey Foster over the line for the last lap of this race. And then Paul Alexander and then Nigel Vickery. Steve Groves over the line, kart 4 and 4th. The 99 of Max Gunter comes over the line. Mark Cook is 1 lap down so far in this race. But nevertheless, we go towards the top band now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have our winner for the Senior Blue Heats. It is going to be the number 66 who takes the checkered flag for the Senior Blue Heats. Goes over the line there is Stuart Adam, and then our quickens is Paul Alexander, then Nigel Vickery for second and third. Steve Groves will take 4th in this race. Coming over the line, 99 will take 5th. And slowly but surely, the number 44, Mark Cook, out one of our last 7 runners in 7th. We lost Anthony Cleal and Kevin O'Neill in that race. But that is the end of the Senior Blue Heat. So there we go, that is the Senior Blues completed there. Let's go and run towards the grid for our next heat here at Clay Pigeon for the Wessex Challenge Day 1. So it's time for the Senior Rotax. And on the front row will be Finn Smith and Ben Page. This is going to be competitive at the start. Brandon Haig and Evie Pillane will be on the second row. Jack Mayman and Leo Purchase on the third row. Dan Milner and Tom Rotherham will be on row 5. So we slowly wait for it to come around. Row 6, Cameron Crockett and Bertie Wellesley. And that is your top 10 in this list. So whilst we wait for a few recoveries, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet and you're enjoying what you're seeing and want to get notified for tomorrow, day 2 of the Wessex Challenge, then hit that subscribe button, turn the notification bell on, and you'll be notified as soon as we go live tomorrow. Again, another 6 or 7 hours worth of racing. Oh, I think I'm going to be like this tomorrow. An absolutely lovely opportunity. I love doing this. It's good fun. It's really good fun. And hopefully everybody at home enjoys what you see as well. If you are enjoying this live stream as well and enjoying the racing, then please hit that like button as well. see if we can reach 700 subscribers before August, and let's see if we can reach 10 likes on this live stream as well. Let's try and push for 10. I can hear revvings. I can hear them, they're eager to go. Just like me. Apart from I want to commentate and not go. It's time for the senior Rotax. The formation that will be over on the YouTube live stream. Right then, let's get into this one. So, like I said in the grid for the running order of this one, Finn Smith and Ben Page on the front row together. Now that is something that can be competitive at the start of this race. Good luck, Kimmy. Number 71. Good luck, Kimmy. What are you talking about, Leo Purchase? So let's get ready for the senior Rotax heat. Like I said, in the grid running on the YouTube live stream. Finn Smith and Ben Page on the front row. These two, they could get competitive to the race at the start. By the way, this is slow to start off with. Really slow. So coming down the main straight then, are we going straight away? We are. As we go around Billy's, through the S's, and then down the back straight we go. That is, by the looks of it, Finn Smith in the lead. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Yeah, it's the 19, then it's the 90. Ben Page behind Finn Smith at the start of this race. So a strong start by Finn there down the inside near the back of the grid. It looks like another change there, but we'll let you know. So it's Finn Smith followed by Ben Page, then Evie Pillay, and then it's Brandon Haig, then Jack Naiman, Leo Purchase, Tom Rotherham, then Cameron Crockett, then Dan Milner, then Daniel Beard. I'm trying to say it as quickly as I can because knowing these lot, there could be changes at any second. So into the hairpin we go. Around to the horseshoe. A lot of scraping there. Sound like from the 19. And down the main straight we come once again. So a few gaps starting to form with our early push from our leaders. So into Billy's we go. Brandon Haig right on the rear of the 56 of Evie, going down the back straight into the hairpin. Taking the defensive line, going around through, making sure not to open a gap, but she does open a gap in the 20 straight through in the inside. And it stays ahead, going into the right-hander. And towards the top bend we go. Another person into this one, I think Jack Mayman's in this as well. And he is the 17. So into Billy's we go. Evie's trying to take some defensive lines here. She's losing a few tenths here and there. And darting down the inside, a really late brakes opened a big gap for 1-2, but yes, only two drivers to filter on through. The 71 of Leo Purchase now getting ahead of the 56. Meanwhile, at the front, Ben Page trying to keep that gap relatively the same, flying through this race. So through Billy's towards the S as we go. Somebody looking for a move down the inside, really looking for it. It was the 42, Tom Rotherham there. So still flying in this race. 37 of Elliot Thomas in a bit of a mixer. And nevertheless, we're going back round again. Just over 5 minutes left on this race, and our top 8 still unchanged from last time round. 42 starting to catch up with the 56 of Evie Pillane. Yellow's down at Billy's. We've had a spin. But straight back on their feet. Rosie Armstrong getting ahead of that driver. It's the 18 who was at the time in 16th position, so only losing a couple of spots. But by the way, Ben Page is starting to close that gap. Oh, Finn Smith and Ben Page both matching times for their best lap times of a 33.76. So is Ben Page going to be able to close this gap towards Finn Smith towards the second half of this race? So we are nearing this one quite soon. So around the right-hander towards the top bend we go for our front runners down the main straight. And the gap is relatively the same at the moment between the two. Through the S's, down the back straight. 56 just hanging on to 6th position at the moment, going into the hairpin now. A bit slower going around there, and a gap is slightly open. The 56 having to dart a little bit to the right to not make any contact. But through the top end, she stays ahead at the moment, and there's actually invited a different battle to come ahead with the 88 and 42, Cameron Crockett. First time I mentioned in this race, a bit of a quiet horse out there, and a bit of contact between the 42 and the 88 sends Mr. Crockett skipping over the grass areas. A lot of time lost, and I'm sure he'll bounce straight back in this race. So flying on round 37 slow with a mechanical. His rear bumper falling off, unfortunately. Didn't want to be a part of his kart. But nevertheless, back to the action, and it's Finn Smith still leading the way in this race. So going up to the top bend, I think this is where our drivers are as they come on through. So the gap is 0.4, so Finn Smith managing just to keep that gap relatively the same, so Ben Page cannot catch up. Just pushing in the right places at the moment, but still with 2 minutes left, we have seen no change between those two drivers. So let's keep going. Cameron Crockett ahead of the two drivers he sandwiched himself with, and going up towards the top end to catch back up and recover from that incident. So through the S as we go down the back straight. That's the 88, 69 and 48. Bertie Wellesley darts down the inside, but unfortunately goes wide on the exit and goes back to where he was, and stays behind Dan Milner out there on circuit. By the way, it's still Finn Smith leading the way. The gap is only 2/10 now, so still not much between the two there. We've lost, by the looks of it, 4 drivers altogether. We've got Gino Cook, we've got Matthew Griffin, Daniel Beards and Elliot Thomas, unfortunately out of this race so far. So we still have 14 strong runners going on through, one of those being the 44 of Rosie Armstrong. So currently no drivers improving on their lap times at the moment, as we keep an eye on this battle for first. Ben Page still staying behind at the moment to Finn Smith. That gap fluctuates between 2/10 and 4/10 of a gap. So 14 seconds. So with the pace that we got so far from Finn, we are going to squeeze out an extra lap in this race. with the extra time that we've had. So through the S's, down the back straight. Finn Smith starting to catch up with the 44 of Rosie Armstrong as we go into the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe, through to the right-hander, and then towards the top bend. Rosie Armstrong's taking it nice and wide. Tucking in behind Finn, though, as we go into Billy's. Through the S's and down the back straight we go as the rest of the grid comes on through. But this is the last lap of the race, and Finn still leading this one currently. So around the horseshoe towards the top bend now. And ladies and gentlemen, coming round down the main straight and taking the checker flag for this one, it's going to be Finn Smith who takes the win. Half a second later will be Ben Page. Then it'll be Brandon Hagan third, Jack Mayman fourth, Leo Purchase fifth. Evie Pillane will hold out in sixth at the end of that race. Tom Rotherham seventh, Cameron Crockett eighth, Dan Milner ninth, and Bertie Wellesley finishing out the top 10. And we lost 4 drivers in that race: Gino Cook, Matthew Griffin, Daniel Beards, and then Elliot Thomas. So as action-packed as I thought it was going to be for this heat, but we still have 2 other longer races to go through, and as such, will we see any more further competition in those later stages? I might be saving it till later. Right, let's go to the grid then for our next race, and that is the 177 and 177 Masters, and only 6 drivers altogether. Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook on the front row. Ben Johnson and Cameron Marston on the second row, and then Jason Bear and Simon Pugh on row 3. I laughed at that front row because either one of them could take that front. Either one of them. So yeah, let's just see how this one plays out, and yeah, 6 drivers, one of the smaller grids of the day. So yeah, one of those sort of races. 20 to 1 in the afternoon. How's everyone doing? It's always funny being ooh, I like that message. 30 minutes lunch break after the 177's heat. I like messages like that. Because I need a cold drink. My juice drink is not calling me down enough. Oh, to be fair, he did tell me on messages. So then, the final heat before everybody darts for lunch. It's time for the 177 and 177 Masters heat, and let's see how this one goes. We only got 5 out on circuit, so not too many. So let's see how this heat goes ahead. I beat the... So many talent announcements going on. We'll keep this one exclusive to the YouTube live stream, shall we? So it's time for the 177 and 177 Masters. We've got a breakdown on the second. That's Harrison Crook. That's the 72 of Harrison Crook, who's stopped at the top bend. Oh no, that's not good for Mr. Speedy. Harrison Crook's looks like he might not be starting this race. Has he managed to get himself ready to go again? And I'm going to say that is a no, unfortunately, for him. So we're down to 4 runners. Down to 4. So as Harrison Crook walks his cart back into the pits, we'll get ready to start off this race for the 177 and 177 Masters. And it's being full started again. Oop. That's the camera angle if I accidentally disable the wrong camera. So, as Harrison Crook still pushing his car into the pits, are we going to get going again for the next one? .177 grids sort of got smaller throughout the day. The practice session there was like 8 of them. Qualifying 7. And this heat, 4. Well, it was 5, but Harrison Crook, unfortunately, unable to start this race. So then, to the top end, we'll get going for the 177 and 177 Masters race. I've said this too many times, and we're underway. So it's a battle for 4 people, and 2 of them are already off the circuit. Oh dear, not a great start from one of our drivers here, but nevertheless, we carry through furthermore. So our front 2. Here's Harrison Crook, everyone. He's got going. Hey, he's got it sorted at least. That's the main thing. Right, let's go through the running order for this race then. So we have Ian Brownfield, followed by Ben Johnson. Then it's Cameron Marston, the number 64. And then it goes Jason Bear, who had a spectacular... a spectacular spin at the start of this race. And then Harrison Crook did eventually start this race. So all good for him. He'll be at the back. We'll see if he does get anywhere close to the rest of the field. I'm sure we're going to see some quick lap times from him, as we usually do throughout the day. But nevertheless, coming down the main straight, we've got Ian Brownfield followed by Ben Johnson. That's the 64 of Cameron Marston, so not much action to be said yet. Very evenly spread. The only close 2 at the moment is the 2 going into the hairpin. So we'll have a listen up to the rest of this race. Well, not the rest of this race, but we're going to have some listening laps through the new microphone that's downstairs. So let's have a listen to the 177. So there was a couple of minutes worth of listening to the 177s, and still it's sort of even Stevens out there. Harrison Crook did go back into the pits at the end of a few laps, and hopefully he'll be able to get up and running properly a bit later on. Bit of a shame, but there is a small grid here, so we'll see him fly through. Probably see him fly through, is what I should say, later on today with the sort of history he has up here. He is a quick driver. Also quick is the 46 of Ian Branfield. He is just absolutely flown away from Ben Johnson in the 61. Ian Branfield with 35.30, and Ben Johnson only being able to do a 35.55. So we'll see if that improves a bit later on through this one. So like I said before the start of this race, and it says in the YouTube chat, we'll be having a half an hour lunch break before we continue with the pre-finals and the grand finals later on today. A lot of action to be said and a lot of action to be raced out on the circuit from a lot of our grids out here today at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Don't forget you can pop up and spectate this one. So if you can't find a parking spot, feel free to pop one up if you are in the area. And don't forget we are back here again tomorrow for round 4 of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships, but also day 2 of the Wessex Challenge. Always merged the two events together. Speaking of merged events, a bit like the Rotax Festival later on this year. Entries are still open for the Rotax Festival if you want to be a part for that one. More details will be following through later on in the coming months. But our focus is more with this, the Wessex Challenge. And still flying on with 2 minutes left to go. And still nothing more from our front runners. So we are nearing the last couple of laps of this race. There's 10 seconds on the race clock, and the 46 just dominating this race from the beginning. What we could say is his most competitive other driver on the circuit, his main rival, not there on circuit, just allowing him just to speed through this race with no problem whatsoever. So we're coming down to the last lap of this race now. So there's nothing left to go. So only a few more corners to handle. And as we go through the S's, down the back straight, an easy drive is what we could say for Ian Branfield here. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. So coming down the main straight, and what would be the checker flag for the 177 on 177 Masters Heat. It's Ian Branfield, followed by Ben Johnson 4.8 seconds later. And then it's Cameron Marston. And then the last of our 4 runners out of 5. Berman over the start finish. Goes Jason Bear, who's slowed right down at the end there. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, that is all from us for the first half of the day. It is lunchtime. It's off on the Rotax Cadets. It's starting. Well, it's lunchtime, and the Rotax Cadet pre-final is due to start around 1:25 p.m. ish. So, ish is a little ongoing running joke that me and the timekeeper have. Anyway, we'll pop up some music from Epidemic Sound, and we'll be back a little bit later on. Oh, there's the tunes. We'll be back later on for the rest of the day. So, I'm going to have some lunch. I'll see you all soon.
like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act, it's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We are two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod. That we are two peas in a pod. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. We are two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod. That we are two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on the show. And baby, I don't mind it. They can talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod. I know, it's scary sometimes, but I know, we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on the show. And baby, I don't mind it. Let them talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod. We are two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod. That we are two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on the show. And baby, I don't mind it. They can talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod.
Everything will turn on. Everything will turn on. Everything will turn on.
see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh, I've been on the flex since flex zone. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Snakes in the grass, cut those off. Yo, squad shady, my bros raw. No breaks, we go, 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 go. Throw shade, that's a no, 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 no. Go high, go low, low, low. Like spinning in a 644. Cash money like 504. Ball like AD24. No sleep, need more, more, more. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh, I'm a real one, my day ones. Try speak up, can't say none. Try dig dirt, there ain't none. I make the money that save up. 10 to 80, my save ones. Take to the top on the base one. New car, race on. Fast lane, pace on. With the booyah, that's a flex. Not human, I ain't from another planet. I'ma teleport, might vanish. I'ma wake up, do damage. Drawing number 7, East Bordeaux. Working all night, need more though. I remember nights I was poor though. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Wessex challenge. I've had lunch. Yeah, we're back. We're back here, let's do it. Not being Hewitt, not sponsored. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I've been refueled with cheese sandwich that was half melted because I'm up here, and also clips. Grip. So, It's pre-finals time and refueled, and so are all of their carts. So let's see how this one goes, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? We've got 15 drivers altogether. Jack Baker and Luke McGall on the front row, with Ethan Cousins, Archie Cannon on row 2. Charlie White and Zach Armstrong on row 3. And good thing I don't need a wee. I'm trying to rhyme, it's terrible. So, after our bellies have been refueled, their carts have been refueled. The Honda and Rotax cadets are out for their pre-final. So, let's see how this one plays out. 2 races to go for the cadets. This one and one other. So let's see how this race pans out through the next 9 minutes. Yes, if you didn't know, these races are 9 minutes plus a lap, so an extra minute of racing to add to the action. So coming down the main straight then, and into full force we go. And we are underway for the cadets pre-final for the Wessex Challenge Day 1. So around biddies we go through the S's, and down the back straight is the 70 leading to the 15. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend, and we shall get your running order for you for this race as it happens. So, leading the way, it's the 70, followed by the 15. Then it's Ethan Cousins in 3rd, Archie Cannon 4th, Charlie White 5th, Nikita Roberts 6th, Zach Ormshaw in 7th, Dewey Hockridge 8th, 9th is Ethan Coupland, and then Franklin Street in at the top 10. But as we fly on through, most of that could have changed. So 2nd and 3rd close together, the 15 and 17. These two, from memory, I think they had a similar occurrence on the last race. So which one of these two is going to get ahead in the next few laps? So coming down the main straight we go. Looking at the right-hand side. And will he go for it? No, stays behind for the minute. That's Ethan Cousins there. Through the S's, down the back straight. Nikita Roberts going through the S's now. Catching up to the 12 of Charlie White. Around the hairpin she goes. So going towards the top bend then. Down the main straight, 2nd and 3rd, still keeping that gap relatively the same, but down the inside he goes ahead. Ethan Cousins up into 2nd, Luke McGall down to 3rd, skipping over the S's, down the back straight, the 17 followed by the 15 then, and that could bounce back and change. We're going around the hairpin, still staying behind for the moment. Into the horseshoe. We've got the 23 of Archie Cannon with a good view of this one. Also with another view is Nikita Roberts as well on Charlie White. And look at that gap. Not even a fingernail could fit in the gap between the 17 and the 15. Going around Billy's, now at the S's, and to go down the back straight. Like I said, still no changes from these two. At the moment it's tight, but not close enough just for the minute. No gaps are forming either side. Staying for one another at the moment. Are they charging towards our leader of Jack Baker? He has a 2.4 second lead currently in this pre-final. So over the line we go. Nikita Roberts hanging on the back of Charlie White through the Billies we go through to the S's. And down the back straight we go for in this race. So, carrying on, second and third, coming into the horseshoe. Nikita Roberts is really looking for a move on Charlie White. You can see it going on through. Down the main straight, she comes behind Charlie White still. So over the start finish towards into Billy's, and she's on the inside. Stays behind for the minute though. Didn't have enough pace to get past just for the second. So back to being behind, and time to catch up once more. So into the horseshoe we go though for our second and third position drivers. It's Ethan Cousins and Luke McGool. So into the top bend, down the main straight we are. Still no change from those. 3.2 seconds they need to find to our 70 of Jack Baker. Just cruising along out in front. Faster lap time from him as well is a 40.19. And down at Billy, so we have a side-by-side action before the S's. And going up ahead is the 71 on the 77. Constantine getting ahead of Dewey Hockridge. Once again, I think they've just swapped positions looking at the timing screens. 28 and the 11 close together. That's Achille and then also Franklin Street. Those two have had a few tussles here and there. Back to the front then, and into the S's. It's a change for the second position. Luke McGool now getting ahead of Ethan Cousins. But it's changing again, going into the hairpin. Around we go, and towards the horseshoe. Are they going to switch again? And they don't for the minute, staying behind for the moment, going into the right-hander towards the top bend. So plenty of action from those two in just a space of a couple of corners. Down the main straight and back over the line we go for another lap for them. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, we'll focus on Charlie White and Nikita Roberts. Charlie White just defending off Nikita Roberts. She has a bit of pace going into Billy's. Around Billy's we go. And into the S's. Down the back straight, she is behind for the second. And the 11 and 28 catching up with, I think that's the 21. 21 is Zach Ormshaw. I think he got ahead of them earlier on. But a few switches. It's a 21, 11 and 28. So, nope, I was wrong. It's still the same. Just all of them taking different lines going on through. And we still play on Arch Cannon with a bit of a nice gap. Meanwhile, back at Billy's as well. Nikita Roberts is attempting down the inside again. She's still got her nose in on the inside line. And at the S's, gets ahead of Charlie White. And there we go. She is up another position as we go into the hairpin and around towards the horseshoe. She's now got to defend off Charlie White, who, having a look, is slightly quicker round at these two corners. So the 17 still ahead of the 15. Round Billy's. Through to the S's and down the back straight we go. And just going into Billy's, it goes Nikita Roberts and Charlie White. So the 70 of Jack Baker starting to catch up with one of our back markers in this race. That's the 61 of Edison Burrows. .52 seconds left on the clock as well. And the Zach Ormshaw at massive threat with Franklin Street and Achille G in the cart number 28. Look at them go through the S's down the back straight. And the 28 really looking for a move either side. Doesn't go for anything at the moment in the hairpin. And not even at the horseshoe either at the moment. So 10 seconds left. Jack Baker's managed to squeeze another lap into this race. So who is going to be in that second position more than anything between Ethan Cousins and Luke McGall? Going around Billy's through the S's and down the back straight for those two. That gap has not really changed at all. Nikita Roberts still ahead at the moment. Charlie White was looking for a potential gap down the inside. Doesn't have it, so is still behind at the moment. And both of those going into the hairpin. Meanwhile, we've got a car in the tyre wall down at the hairpin, so that puts the hairpin out of contention for the minute. Meanwhile, Jack Baker takes the last lap board, so we're into the last lap of this race. So around and through the S's he goes down the back straight. And the one that is in the tyre wall is the number 15. It's Luke McGall. I did not see what happened there, but was it a huge mistake? Has thrown it into the tyres? But meanwhile, coming down the main straight, Jack Baker takes the checker flag for the Honda and Rotax Cadet pre-final. Second position will go to Ethan Cousins. And third position, unexpected for himself, Archie Cannon will take third. And fourth position, it was quite close between the two of them, but Nikita Roberts will take fourth, Charlie White fifth, Zach Ormshaw sixth. The 28 of Akini G takes seventh at the end, overtaking Franklin Street just right at the end, who just has a spin coming out of the exit of Billy's. And then Konstantin Krastev will take ninth, and then Dewey Hockridge in the 77 take out the top 10. And at the end of that race, unfortunately, losing a strong third position driver, we lost Luke McGall right on the last lap. So, okay, that is the Cadet pre-final sorted. On the YouTube live stream, we are still live over there. We'll have the grid for the Intermax. So, Ava Morris and Rook Thompson on the front row, Teddy Cooper and Benjamin Law in the second row. Third row is Kian Downer and Adam T in car 12. And then on the fourth and final row is Cody in car 88 and Jack Johnson in 27. So that is your grid for that one. Hi again, Kirk. I got myself a Coca-Cola because even with three windows open, it's hot. It's stuffy in here. I should have bought a bloody... Oh, that's not what I should say. Should have bought a fan. Right then, we're soon to go for the Intermax pre-final. Another competitive grid once again with a very strong driver of Ava Morris in this list. Please wait, the Intermax are coming. We can hear a roar in the pit lane. We're nearly ready. We're so close. We're going to get going soon. I hear the roar, and it is time for the Intermax for their pre-final. So we count down the races left of day one. So the lead up to this pre-final, let's see what occurs throughout this 9 minutes with the Intermax drivers, 8 of them all together. As Alex forgets to change his camera angles as he annoys himself in the third person. Someone's shouting at themselves at the YouTube live stream. Right. Coming down the main straight then, and we are underway for the Intermax pre-final. So into Billy's we go. Around Billy's and then through the S's. Down the back straight, and it's Ava Morris leading the way. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, we got an overtake at the start of this one as well. The 11 on to the 79. Rick Thompson getting ahead as well. So let's get your running order for the start of this race. And it will be as follows. So it's Ava Morris lead from the way, very closely followed by Rick Thompson, then Teddy Cooper. Then it's Benjamin Lawn, they're followed by Adam Turek. Then Jack Johnson, Cody in the 88, and then Kian Downer in kart 8. Kart 26 in 8th. There we go. So around the hairpin, horseshoe we go. Nearly got it wrong then. Then to the right-hander, and then towards the top bend. And once more, we fly through for another lap of this pre-final. Where's all these words muddling up from? Into Billy's. And it's close between the 11 and the 79, who's gone down the inside before the S's and down the back straight. Someone else who copied that is the 12 on the 85. So Adam T up into 4th position. But has he gone too wide at the exit of the hairpin? Going into the horseshoe. Just managing to stay out ahead just beforehand. And into the right-hander, stays ahead for now. Top 3 splitting away from 4th downwards. These 3 strong on the early stages. So Ava Morris, Teddy Cooper, then Rook Thompson. That's your top 3. And that's 79 already catching on up to that 32. Out ahead. Then we've got another pack of 3. We've got a 3x3x2. For our Intermax drivers. So around the horseshoe we go. The right-hander. And then towards the top bend once again. And Ava Morris still stays out ahead, but closely followed by Teddy Cooper. And then Rook Thompson for your top 3. Adam T managing to stay out ahead for the minute. Ahead of Benjamin Lawn. So Lawn staying behind for the minute. Through the S's down the back straight. And then someone who has a good view of this one is the 27 of Jack Johnson. One of the only novices out there in that grid for today. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend. And then once again we call for another lap in this race. The 79 leaving the 11 behind a little bit as he's now caught up with the driver ahead, the 32 of Ava Morris. Ava Morris doing 37.90. Teddy Cooper doing a 37.82. So slightly quicker. Going into the horseshoe next. Around the horseshoe towards the right-hander. And will there be a change of hands for the lead? To the top bend we go. Down the main straight. Still the same at the moment. Into Billy's. And around Billy's we go. The 3 behind 4th, 5th and 6th at 3. They have evenly spread themselves in the pack going through the S's down the back straight. We'll keep an eye on them as we fly on through. But meanwhile, there's a challenge for the lead. And it's side by side at the exit of the hairpin. The 79 not with a very good exit. And still allows Ava Morris to stay out ahead. But we do have a battle for the front. And it's happening already. We've still got 5 minutes left on the clock. That's a lot of time for defence. So around Billy's is real close on the corners. Teddy Cooper, slightly different entrance that's working for him at the moment. Down the back straight. Around the hairpin. Teddy Cooper looking for a move once again. Hoping that gap would be open. At the moment it is closed off. Ava Morris driving defensively, but whilst also trying to maintain a reasonable gap to not slow her down too much. So we're coming back down the main straight once again. And into Billy's once again. Brooke Thompson with a great view of this one and can take advantage of any mishaps, if there is any, with these 2 front runners. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, the 88 and 26 are the 2 battling for those final 2 positions on the grid. At the moment, Kian Downer staying at the back and patiently waiting for a gap to open as he's trying to maintain a similar distance. Lap on that, but lap 9, 37.82 is the best lap times out there, matched both by Ava Morris and Teddy Cooper. Teddy Cooper does have it as the fastest lap because he set it first. So just showing Ava Morris's later game pace here in this race. So towards the top bend we go, and now this gap is forming a little bit more now. Down the main straight. Around Billy's. 3 of the S's and down the back straight. Meanwhile, there's a little opportunity being made for 4th. The 12 and the 85. Benjamin Lawn really getting on the back of Adam T out there. Going into the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. Kian Downer right on the back end. Oh, at the back, unfortunately not being able to get ahead. Goes a little bit wider going into the horseshoe and has lost a little bit of pace to the man in front. But 2 minutes on the clock. I know he said 2:20, but Alpha Time went up here. Skipping the times a little bit every now and then. And a massive dart down the inside and overcooked it a little bit. The 85 really wanting to get ahead of Adam T. Just couldn't keep the move. And let it stick. Unfortunately, has to stay back behind for another lap. Just watching the 12's rear bumper. But still going through. Ava Morris still maintaining her lead of just over 6/10. So that gap staying the same roughly lap on lap as we go through. We've got 1:10 left on the clock. And if this was the heat, we'll be wrapping up real soon. But pre-finals, don't forget, an extra minute, 9 minutes plus a lap altogether for the racing here, which means another minute of making sure Ava Morris can keep that position. So round Billy's we go. S's back straight. And we go once again. So going from the top bend down the main straight, we have 13 seconds on the clock, so we're even getting out another lap in this race. So over the start finish we go, and Ava Morris are going to be able to squeeze out another lap, like I said. And that gap between second and third is 3 seconds, and it's the same from third to fourth, but it isn't fourth to fifth. Fifth is right on the back end, a better line through the S's. And into the hairpin we go. And straight down the inside. The 85 getting ahead of the 12 as the 12 went a little bit deeper into the hairpin. Meanwhile, coming down the main straight, Ava Morris goes for the last lap of this race then. So one final lap. And then the Intermax pre-final will be to a close. So around the hairpin goes Ava Morris towards the horseshoe. Teddy Cooper a bit too far behind now. And into the top bend. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our winner for the Intermax pre-final taking the checker flag. It's the number 32 of Ava Morris, followed by Teddy Cooper in second. 1 second later on, Rook Thompson takes a comfortable third position. Benjamin Lawn will take fourth. Adam T in fifth. Jack Johnson sixth. And then at the end, the 88 Cody will take seventh. And Kian Downer will finish out the 8 drivers in 8th position. So there we go. Intermax for their pre-final is all complete. A steady race whilst they were out there. As they all dart into pits, let's have a look for the grid for the junior Rotax. It was competitive, it was non-stop action on their heat, and it could be the same here for this pre-final. So on the front row is Joshua Withcombe, then Billy Edgecombe. Second row, Jarek Metters, and then Lucas Howell. Third row, Benjamin Bartlett and Charlie Cox. Fourth row is Charlie Parker and Rufus Flan. That's your first 4 rows. Let's see how this plays out shortly. Oh, time to open my Coca-Cola. Not sponsored. Ages ago, it used to be Pepsi Max. But yeah, this is what they have in the shop. I say the shop, I mean the downstairs shop at the Clay Pigeon. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, what do we expect from this race and what we're going to see? What will we see? I just heard someone say, I'm going to go down there and video. I'm beating you to it, mate. I'm live streaming it. So, ladies and gentlemen, woo-hoo! This is going to be competitive as we speak. So 28 out on track. Let's see how this plays out. We have 9 minutes of what will be non-stop action. So get yourselves ready for the, what is this, formation lap for the juniors. So towards the top bend that we are. And down the main straight we come. And we are underway. I pressed the wrong button. So going into Billy's, it's a bit touchy-turny. There's already someone's chain guard that's come off. So that's not a great start to this race. But through the S's, side by side for a lot of drivers. And down the back straight we go. Into the horseshoe for our leader. It's the 23, then 29, then the 53. That's your top 3. We'll go at the rest of them as they come from the top bend. Down the main straight we go. And it's time to tell you who is where for the second. So it's Billy Edgecombe, then Joshua Withcombe, then Jarek Metters, then Lucas Howell, then Charlie Cox. That is your top 5. Through the S's, down the back straight we go for those front 4. Fifth a little bit further back than the rest of the grid at the moment. Through the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. It's side by side, a lot in the middle of that pack. And whoever's on that right hand side, on the outside, will they get a good exit to stay in the middle? And they just about make it. So down the main straight we come for our leaders. Still no change from them. But it was the 24 that was battling for all of that. Finney Richardson there, just really trying to maintain and stay in the positions more down the inside. And darting down the inside goes. I can't see the number. It's all scrubbed up on that side. But it is already action-packed already in all parts of this race. At the front, though, Billy Edgecombe still leads the way. So coming from the top end down the main straight. Edgecombe really just trying to keep theirs just over a tenth and a half gap. Which, when you look at it out there, is hardly anything at all. Jarek Metters is just chilling there in third. Lucas Howell with a view of the top 3. So we'll see how long it takes for Lucas Howell to catch up to those. The 12 behind Charlie Cox. Starting to split away. Or trying to split away from the driver behind. But Benjamin Bartlett's too close for comfort. So through we go. No changes from the top. Joshua Withcombe with a 34.75. Speaking of him, tried a move at Billy's, didn't work out at the moment. So Billy Edgecombe's really at threat here. At the start position, we've got a spin down at Billy's. But 23 still leads the way, and the spinner was the 15 of Logan Bennett. So down the main straight we come. Once again, is there going to be another attack and charge from Joshua Withcombe? Going into Billy's. Round we go. Into the S's. Down the back straight. There's nothing happening from those two at the moment. Lucas Howell starting to catch up with the 53 of Jarek Metters going into the hairpin. And this is where we could see something occur, but a little bit further back. Charlie Cox, Benjamin Bartlett starting to close the gap. And so is Charlie Parker as well. And then we got our pack of 4 from the kart 14, 20, 22 and 33. Those 4 drivers looking to be a part of this action as well. And that is the battle for 8th there. Down the inside goes the 33. Will Swales makes up another position down at the back straight ahead of the 22 of Rufus Flan. So our front 2 runners starting to split away. Lucas Howell is real close to the back of Jarek Metters. Down the main straight we go once again, action-packed, and we've already found 4 minutes gone in this race. Joshua Withcombe, and down the inside he goes before the S's. Through the S's, he's ahead. And the 23 now behind, but is he going to bounce back and charge once again? Defensive line going into the hairpin. Around we go, the hairpin. It's a little bit side by side. He looked for the inside, but nothing. The 23 squeezing down the inside and gets ahead. Some lovely driving between the two. Going into the top bend. And that's what we like to see. Going down the main straight. It's back to how it was just a second ago. Billy Edgecombe maintains his lead at the moment. And Joshua Withcombe stays behind. Some fantastic driving between these two. So around the hairpin we go. Jarek Metters has a view of this perfectly. And Lucas Howell is still behind. That gap's not really closing between those two. But the gap between Billy Edgecombe and Joshua Withcombe, there's just no stopping either of them. Down the main straight we go. Some fantastic action here. So down the back straight we go. Through the hairpin and towards the horseshoe next. We're starting to catch up with the 45, one of our back markers. So the 23 and 29 fast approaching. So top bend, down the main straight we go once again. Let's see, going into Billy's back marker perfectly out of the way for our front two runners and the next two as well. Going into the S's. Into the hairpin. It's tight between our front two. Right-hander, top bend. 2 minutes 40 in the clock as well. It's non-stop between this front two. Down into Billy's we go. It's really close. Still nothing between the two. Lucas Howell's right on the back of Jarek Metters as well. Through the S's, down the back straight. We're charging 12, the 40, the 12 and 44. Charlie Cox and Benjamin Bartlett. Those two are close as well. So we've got a lot of battles to keep an eye on here for this junior Rotax. It's only the pre-final. So, down the main straight we go. We've got a driver popped into the pits. I think it was one of our back markers, unfortunately. Through Billy's. Through the S's. A little bit further back, side by side, going into the S's. That's the 33. Will Swales making some moves in this race as well. Meanwhile, at the front of the grid, it's side by side, going for the lead. Through into the horseshoe. The 29 is ahead of Billy Edgecombe. Once again, it's changed, but this time the 29 stays ahead. And coming down the main straight we go. There's still just under a minute and a half of this race. So into Billy's, a massive defensive line going in. Doesn't allow the 23 to go ahead. Meanwhile, at a little bit further behind them, Lucas Howell's on the charge right behind the driver ahead. These guys have a great view of the battle for the front. And in fact, Jarek Metters is holding up Lucas Howell a little bit as we have an invitation for Charlie Cox and Benjamin Bartlett. They're joining this battle for P3. But anyway, coming down the main straight, are we going to see any changes between the 29 and the 23? The 29, Joshua Withcomb, is starting to fly away a little bit. Through the S's, down the back straight they go. Lucas Howell still behind the 53. It's close between these two. Still nothing from them. So down the main straight we come, and it looks like the 29 is going to have this lead at the moment. So around Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. The 19's right behind the 53. And are we going to see anything from these two? Lucas Howell looking for the outside. That's a little bit different. And looking for the inside. Tries to make a gap on the inside. And I think there was a little bit of touching going on there. The 53's lost a couple of positions there. But Lucas Howell up a position. Meanwhile, Joshua Withcomb takes the last lap board. And we're on the final lap of this race. So going into Billy's, the 53. Jarek Metters trying to get back a couple of positions. Has gained one position back. And there's a bit of, oh no, that's not what you want. The two cars colliding with each other. The fourth, and it looks like we've got some, there's too much going on there. I can't get my words out. Meanwhile, to take the checkered flag, Joshua Withcomb wins this, what is an incredible pre-final. Billy Edgecombe second, Lucas Howell will take third. Charlie Cox fourth, Benjamin Bartlett fifth, Arthur Thacker sixth, Will Swales seventh, Noah Pipes eighth, Charlie Cox ninth, Rufus Flan 10th. What a pre-final. I need a drink. And this is why I say the Junior Rotax are my favourite grid of the year. This is just incredible driving. Massive props to Joshua Withcombe and Billy Edgecombe in that race. What a race that was. Right. To the Senior Blues. The grid is on the YouTube live stream. Wow, 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 wow. Holy macaroni cheese. That, at the moment, is the best race that I have watched this year. Even in the Kart Club Championships and obviously the Wessex Challenge Day 1. My best of this year. Joshua Withcombe, Billy Edgecombe, give yourselves a round of applause. At one stage, I thought my voice was going to go. I had action non-stop from the S's to the exit of the horseshoe for one whole time. Damn. Well done indeed. Jesus. Got goosebumps. Right, so for the Senior Blues then, Jerry Foster and Paul Alexander on the front row, Nigel Vickery and Steve Groves on the second row, Max Gunter and Stuart Allen on row 3. Oh, I still need a breather. Well, I've still not recovered from that Junior Rotax pre-final, but let's go to the pre-final for the Senior Blues. 11 drivers in total, and let's see how this one goes around. Is it as action-packed as Junior Rotax? Nope. But is it crazy for a good race here? The Senior Blues are going out in force here. 11 drivers, like I said, all together. Man, I still can't get over that Junior Rotax pre-final. I kid you not, I had goosebumps. I had goosebumps on a race. That's never happened before. So, to the top bend, I think that race is going to go on to the Facebook. It's just going to happen. So down the main straight we come, in a very orderly, nice fashion. And we are underway for the Senior Blue pre-final, going into Billy's. Look at that smoke fly on through from these guys. Through the S's and down the back straight we go. I am energized. Thank you, juniors. So, Senior Blues into the horseshoe, through to the right-hander, and then towards the top bend. We go once again down the main straight for the next lap of this race, more like the opening lap of this race. Joey Foster followed by Paul Alexander, then Nigel Vickery, then Steve G. Hey. Anthony C in 5th, and Max Gunter 6th, Kieran Quirk in 7th, but there could be some changes And I think there is already. So going through towards the horseshoe next for the Senior Blues. So down the main straight we come. So the 66 with a bit of a lead now. Paul Alexander in second position, defending off Nigel Vickery and Anthony Cleal, who, if we remember, during his heat was leading the race. But unfortunately, DNF due to a mechanical issue, to which he's managed to get it fixed again and is now battling for the position of P3. So going around the right-hander towards the top bend, and once we go from the top bend, we're back down the main straight once again, where our leader is Joey Foster. 36.76 is was the fastest that time. Kieran Quirk's got that now, 36.65. So through the S as we go down the back straight. The number 1 getting ahead of the 7 as well, so he's up into the top 3 already. So some quick pace from Anthony Cleal, and from memory of last year, similar pace as well. So the number 1 of Anthony Cleal obviously has the number 1 for a reason. So towards the top bend we go, and down the back straight we go. Back straight, main straight. Where am I off to? My brain's off to somewhere else. Probably that junior Rotax pre-final. Meanwhile, the number 1 is now ahead of the number 9, going into Billy's that was, and Anthony Cleon now wants to charge back to the number 66 of Joey Foster, as he's got unfinished racing to do from last time out. Like I said earlier, Kart 1 did retire during his heat, and already looking to reclaim and charge back during this pre-final here. So Anthony Cleal now ahead on the timing screen, and someone else who wants to try and get ahead as well, and I think has got ahead too. I believe it is the number 9 still ahead of the 7. Talking a load of rubbish there. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go for that battle there. So around the horseshoe we go. The 7 a little bit further behind. The 4, Steve Groves, starting to catch to the 7. But at the moment, our leader, and leading by a healthy 1.46 seconds, is Joey Foster. So through the S's, down the back straight, and Anthony Cleal starting to pick up some pace. He's not 3/10 off of that gap from last time out, and as such, sets the fastest lap time of a 36.30. He is last time out a second faster than Nigel Vickery. That just shows you the pace that Anthony Cleal has around Clay Pigeon here today. Will he have enough, though, to catch up to Joey Foster, who's led from the start of this race? So a little bit further back, it is a potential move here between the 9 and the 7. But nothing goes at the minute, stays behind, and that will do for that one. At the moment, the charge has stayed off. The Nigel Vickery not going for another move yet on Paul Alexander. Someone who is on the charge and staying on the charge is Anthony Cleal, knocking off another 2/10 to Joey Foster. That delta time coming right down. And down the back straight we go into the hairpin for those two. And you can visually see each lap, you can tell that gap is closing quickly. So towards the top bend and down the main straight we go. Joey Foster followed by Anthony Cleal. That gap once again closing up. Under a second now this gap was. When we first started talking about this, it was 1.4. So we are now seeing Anthony Cleal charge through. 3 minutes 10 left on the clock. As Mr. Stoddart Stones goes over the line. in 9th position there. Lovely chap. So, top end. And then down the main straight we go. And let's see. What's this gap now? 0.8 to 0.5 less. Sorry, just over half a second. Not much by half a second, but here we are. Is Joey Foster going to be caught napping here in this race? So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. To the right-hander and then towards the top bend. Here we go. 0.5 the gap to what I'm going to say 0.3. Oh, 0.1. It's even closer than I thought. Anthony Cleal with this pace out of nowhere. Not really, it's been around for the last couple of laps, but how far will this pace keep going to? We're on 2 minutes left on this race. Is it just going to be a battle for first for this last few minutes? Or is it going to be a sweet, clean overtake? We shall find out, because that is time ticking. So going into Billy's, he looked for the inside line into Billy's. He got cut off by the 66, using that defensive line through the S's and down the back straight. Are we going to get a deja vu for the main straights of the back straights? It isn't, and we're approaching one of our back markers here. That is the 44, I believe. That is at the back there, and chills and takes the widest line to allow our front runners to go through. So top bend down the main straight, and we go once more for another attack with Anthony Cleal. He looks for the inner side. This is a bit of deja vu. He is still behind at the moment, going into and through the S's and down the back straight. And there it is for those into the hairpin. It's just like last lap. We are waiting just still for this one to occur. And Anthony Cleal down the inside just at the start of the King and into Billy's. He is ahead. And the 66 caught off guard, looking to try and get a move through the S's, forcing Anthony Cleal for a different line, but I don't think Anthony Cleal's bothered. As going into the hairpin towards the horseshoe, he is ahead, and that means our new leader is the number 1 of Anthony Cleal, but it's still at threat. The 66, Joey Foster, is not giving up, and into the top bend we go. Anthony Cleal with some strong pace, by the way, going down the straight there. Let's see if he has the same pace going through the S's and to the back straight. That straight line speed on that kart is a lot more than what Joey Foster has. So we've got the horseshoe, the right-hander, and down the main straight. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag. I didn't realise it was last lap. Taking the checker flag would be Anthony Cleal. That's why he made a dive at the end there. Paul Alexander would take 3rd, Nigel Vickery 4th, Kieran Quirk 5th, Steve Groves 6th, Max Cunter 7th, Kevin O'Neill 8th, Robin Stoddart Stones 9th, and then Stuart Adam in 10th, and Mark Cook in 11th. Some good racing there. Anthony Cleo just pace. Right, the grid for the Senior Max. Oh, it's a Finn Smith, Ben Page battle again at the front of the grid. By the way, the 95 not here. He's just showing up on the menu. The menu! Right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the other senior group. It's the senior Rotax this time, though, for their pre-final. The formation lap is live on YouTube. So let's go to the hairpin and then towards the horseshoe for this formation lap. And it's a deja vu of Finn Smith versus Ben Page at the start. I think Ben Page is a new car because he normally runs a TKR kit. But it looks like he's gone to a red speed by the looks of it for his kart. So, yeah. Red speeds are quite popular nowadays. One car I haven't seen for a while is the LN car. I don't know if anybody remembered when that was brand new. Had a couple of drivers last year running with it. But I don't think I've seen it for a while. Or nobody's running the sticker kit for it anyway. So let's get going for the Senior Rotax pre-final. So coming up to the top end. And then down the main straight we come, and we are underway in this race straight away. And wowzers, straight into Billy's we go. Through the S's this time, though, it's Ben Page who's at the front, and not Finn Smith, if I remembered correctly. If not, I'm a liar. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, and Ben Page is the one that's leading the way at this time. 17 in third of Jack Maidman. So going up to the top end for the Senior Rotax pre-final. Let's see what is going to occur as we come down the main straight. Is Ben Page who's leading the way this time round, followed by Finn Smith and Jack Maidman, then Brandon Haig, Leo Purchase 5th, Tom Rotherham 6th, Dan Milner 7th, and then Evie Pillane down in 8th position. But that could change. Darting down the inside goes the 88 on the 66. Cameron Crockett ahead of Jamie Bradfield. And he tried again, the 66 on the 88. This time there's a little bit of contact made. He respectively stayed behind Cameron Crockett for that one. And as we go down the main straight once again for this race. There's a right old battle going on through Billy's and through the S's. The 48 in that lot as well. Bertie Wellesley's in there as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. So it goes the 88, 48, then I think that's the 60. I think it might be the 66. I'll have to double check on that one. So many 8s and 6s in that little tight gap that they have formed together near the back of the grid. So Bertie Wellesley up into 11th, Daniel Beards up into 12th, and then Jamie Bradfield down to 13th. So it's just a battle for the back. Meanwhile, at the front, Ben Page is the one leading the way. Finn Smith staying behind for the minute. And Brandon Haig has a view of this. Jack Maidman catching up to Brandon Haig as well. So still forming the same rough gaps between one another. So down the main straight we go. Finn Smith staying in second at the moment. Through the right-hander. And through the S's. Down the back straight we go. And still unchanged from all of these drivers here. Around the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe. And still there's no changes once again for this one. So we'll go back to the rest of the pack where we have a slight battle for this position here that we got from the number 12. So Zach Rowledge, this is for battle for P9, and that's featuring Cameron Crockett, Bertie Wellesley and Daniel Beards. So down the back straight we go. Side by side by near the further back behind Bertie Wellesley. The 12 and 68 having a scrap between one another. Going to the right hander towards the top bend. And away we go. Still no changes between our top position drivers, apart from Brandon Haig getting closer. So Cameron Crockett and Bertie Wellesley both get up into the top 10. And speaking of the top 10, the ones at the front of it are starting to close their gaps in these early stages of this race. It's still early, and it's never too late until there's about a minute left. So down the main straight we go. Still the same for these three. Brandon Haig has the fastest lap of a 34.15. Currently going 0.05 quicker than Finn Smith in some cases. So he is slightly faster, not by much, but it's enough to close that gap. The 42 ahead of the 71. Tom Rotherham ahead of Leo Purchase. As we go into the top bend and down the main straight for another lap of this race. So around Billy's, all darting down the inside, it goes for another change in that battle for P5. That's the 71 and 42. Once again, Leo Purchase taking his place back that he wants. And Leo Purchase staying up into that 5th position. We're still charging through though. The 48 Bertie Wellesley trying to stay on the back of Cameron Crockett. And now that is a tough battle to do. So around Billy's we go for our front runners. Keep an eye on Mr. Haig out there in car 20. Just looking at the timing, Elliot Thomas up into 11th and Gino Cook up into 14th. And Jamie Bradfield down to 17th. I'm not sure if he's had an issue somewhere. But he's lost a lot of time out there, unfortunately. And it's going on 3. But nevertheless, we go back to our front runners once again, where Ben Page is still leading the way. Finn Smith not being able to maintain the same sort of speed as Ben Page in these last few laps. That gap is slowly getting bigger. But then again, we still have 3 minutes on the clock. So around the through to the top bend. There we go. Try and get some words out. And towards the top bend we go. Ben Page diddling the way. Finn Smith. Then Brandon Hayes jotted off a little bit. Jack Meeman starting to close and be with them as well. The 71 is still ahead of the 42 as well. And Bertie Wellesley still trying to stay on to Cameron Crockett. It's the battle at the back of the top 10. So 2 minutes and 9 seconds left on the clock. Will this be charge time for Finn Smith in these closing stages of this race? Are we going to see that gap close, or is it going to just still be this? So from the top bend, down the main straight we go. And has it closed up? It hasn't just yet. There's always a just yet. We've still got under a minute and a half on this race clock. Meanwhile, at Billy's, one driver's lost a couple of positions. The 71 and the 69, both ahead of the 42. Tom Rotherham has dropped a few positions. Will he be able to get those places back? We'll find out going to the horseshoe next. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend. So the change. This is the battle for 5th. Leo Purchase, Dan Milner, Tom Rotherham, Evie Pillane. She's sneaking into it once again. Meanwhile, at the a little bit further back, Cameron Crockett, Bertie Wellesley. Those two are starting to slowly catch up with this battle. So just watching them as we go into the horseshoe. The 69 taking more of a defensive route through the horseshoe. That's making him lose a few tenths here and there to Leo Purchase ahead, which I think Leo Purchase would appreciate. A bit of a gap behind him. Into Billy's we go. And we're looking for a move in the inside. There isn't one just yet. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And no time left on the clock, so we rush back to our leaders here. Ben Page and Finn Smith. We're on the last lap of this race, which means we have no time here. But going down the inside at Billy's, it's a late lunge, but it's worked. They've both gone wide. Unfortunately, nice effort there from the 46. Trying to get ahead of the 88. The 48 ahead of the 88. But yeah, Cameron Crockett stays in 9th. Good efforts. But coming down the main straight and taking the checker flag for the pre-final for the senior Rotax, it's Ben Page. Followed by half a second later, Finn Smith. Brandon Haig will take 3rd, Jack Mainman 4th, Leo Purchase 5th, Darren Milner 6th, Tom Rotherham 7th, EVP in 8th, Cameron Crockett 9th, and Bertie Wellesley with a brave late lunge in 10th position. Not too shabby, that race. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on to our last pre-final here, and that's the 177 and 177 Masters. The grid will be over on our YouTube live stream. And it's Ian Branfield and Ben Johnson who start on the first row. Cameron Marston and Jason Bay on row 2, and then Harrison Crook and Simon Pugh on row 3. I still need that drink. Right, then we go for the formation lap for the 177 and 177 Masters. Only 5 drivers ticking through this one. Harrison Crook at the back of this grid. Is he just giving himself a bit more room so he can just come from a bit further back? We shall see. So slowly coming is the 177 and 177 Masters for their pre-final. And then we go back round again very soon for the grand finals for Saturday for the Wessex Challenge. But it's the last pre-finals that we have here, and we are a go for our front four runners. Harrison Crook coming a little bit later on. Through the S's, down the back straight we go, and it's a 46 who leads the way. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Through to the right-hander and then the top bend. And then we go for our first completed lap of this race. So your running order as follows is Ian Branfield, followed by Ben Johnson, Cameron Marston, Jason Bear, and then a little bit further back is Harrison Crook in 5th position, takes the fast lap of 37.07. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go. Still close for our front three. And still no changes from that top five as well. Harrison Crook still going quicker out there. 36.20 is now the fastest lap set by himself. So let's see where this goes for the next couple of laps. We'll keep an eye as we run through the rest of this race. So going to YouTube for this one, just where we have less action going on here on the circuit. So we'll just keep an eye on it. Harrison Crook, by the way, just going over the line and getting up into 4th position. So here goes his recovery drive. But meanwhile, we'll have a listen through for some of these laps here, and I'll keep you posted on any extra overtakes. So a couple of minutes into this race, and Harrison Crook making his recovery drive from last time out. Currently standing in P3, right on the rear end of the 61 of Ben Johnson, and now is actually side by side before the top bend. And there goes Harrison Crook up into 2nd position now, making quick time, even though this race has a lot of time. The 61 though, Ben Johnson making a dart back for it. So he's now up into 2nd position, so they swap in places through the S's down the back straight. But is Harrison Crook just going to fly ahead? And indeed, down the inside, a brave move using a bit of curb, and does lose a bit of momentum there. Stays back down to P3. This is just giving Ian Branfield more of a gap, and especially with 4.5 minutes left. got to be careful not to lose too much time, especially that's not what Harrison Crook would want if he wants to get back up to the top spot. So he stays behind for the minute and plays a waiting game, going through Billy's towards the S's. And when he try again here, you're right on the back at the S's. Into the hairpin, stays behind. Ben Johnson slow through the hairpin compared to Harrison Crook. Around the horseshoe, towards the right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go. Meanwhile, the gap between Ian Branfield and Ben Johnson, while it was 3.2 seconds, is now 3.5 seconds going into our 10th lap of this race. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. And is Harrison Crook just staying for third in this race. He gets on the grass a little bit, loses a position, using a lot of curb, and I think his car is bogged down. He's lost a lot of pace there, unfortunately. And a bit of unfortunate deja vu. Harrison Crook into the pits, suffering with some issues today. So that gap now between first and second, probably going to still be the same, but it's now a different battle for this position. It's Cameron Marston and Jason Bear. The same four from the heat of earlier. Oh no, it looked promising for Harrison Crook there, but I think his engine's not playing game with him today. So hopefully we'll see him in the grand final later on today, and hopefully he'll be able to claim into the top spots. But meanwhile, it's Ian Branfield leading the way. Yes, that was the running from the building back here. Is there a break between the 177 pre-final and the final? Nope. We already had the lunch break. Straight into the grand finals. So into the last lap of this race, Ian Branfield's been leading this one from the start. That gap is 5.4 seconds between between first and second. God, I'm not fit enough to run. And as he goes to the right-hander towards the top bend, and we come to the closing stage of this race, because coming down the main straight and taking a comfortable win for the 177 Masters is Ian Branfield, followed by Ben Johnson, Master, and then Jason Bear, and with our only DNF of Harrison Crook. So then, ladies and gentlemen, that is all the pre-finals finished, done, dusted, and now we go on to our grand finals for the Wessex Challenge Day 1. So your grid is on the YouTube live stream, and will we see a lot more competitiveness from our cadets? We've got Jack Baker and Ethan Cousins on the front row, Archie Cannon and Nikita Roberts on row 2, and then Charlie White and Zach Ormshaw on row 3. That's your first 3 rows. And let's see how this one plans out very shortly. Oh, pre-finals. Pre-finals are done. I mean, grand finals. Oh. So this is where it all matters with points. So then, ladies and gentlemen, it is the closing stages of Day 1 for the Wessex Challenge. We are on to the first lot of grand finals, and this one is the cadets. So let's see how this one goes out. Your position's going to matter big time here, because it's going to help with points for tomorrow. Yep, if you're only just tuned in and not sure what the Wessex Challenge is all about, it's 2 days, 2 different race meetings, but your points over the 2 days will put you towards the Wessex champion. The champions! Can't use that song, it's copyrighted. So, let's get going. Are these eager, or are they okay? And we're underway for the cadet final. The last attempt for today. So through the S's, down the back straight, and it is the 70 of Jack Baker. A familiar name in this top spot, and if by memory, I believe has been at the front of these races for the heats, pre-final and final so far. Well, so far in the final anyway. But let's go from the top end down the main straight, and that is the opening lap completed. And by the way, 12 minutes plus a lap for this race. So 12 minutes, you gotta be sensible. That's a lot of time out there. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. And it is the 70, Jack Baker, followed by Ethan Cousins, Archie Cannon and Nikita Roberts. You just see her going in towards the top bend. Behind her is Charlie White, followed by Zach Ormshaw. Here they come charging down the main straight. You can hear that Rotax Cadet, followed by an absolute swarm of Honda Cadets. It's great to hear a mix of the two. That meanwhile, down the back straight, that gap is 1.26 between second and third. And it looks like Nikita Roberts might get a swarm from behind, but at the moment she's okay. Going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Horseshoe next. Keeping it nice and tight, going around the exit and into the right-hander. Working well for herself there. But down the main straight we come. Is she going to be able to catch up to Archie Cannon in that P3 position? So down the main straight we come. At the moment, stalemate at the moment, going through Billy's, through the S's and down at the back straight. The 28 of Achille G staying there in that position for the minute, where they are on the P6. Trying to look for different moves. You can spot him from a little mile away. He's got a yellowy gold helmet. Having unique colours on your helmet does make me help me recognise you. Or livery. So the 70 with a 1.7 gap now. Archie Cannon in the third still at the moment. It's a little bit comfortable for him. Even though Nikita Roberts is behind, that gap is still about a car and a bit's width. So still plenty of time to go. Let's talk on the time anyway. We're coming up to just under 9 minutes. So if this was the pre-final, we've only just got underway. Meanwhile, down the inside goes 72 on the 28. Did I read that right? I think I did. Going to the top bend, down the main straight, and we go. It is the 28, 12, then 11. I definitely read that wrong. So Nikita Roberts and Archie Cannon splitting away from 5th downwards, as Achille G stays ahead of the pack that he's with Charlie White and Franklin Street. Feels like I haven't said his name too often today. So from the top bend and down the main straight we go. And Jack Baker once again still is leading the way. So Nikita Roberts still staying behind Arch Cannon at the moment. So I was just having a look at the results. The last 2 races, Jack Baker has won both of those in that one, and even in qualifying was quickest, and also during their practice session again was quickest. So for Jack Baker, if he does finish this race in P1, it would be an absolute clean sweep for him for the Wessex Challenge Day 1. And if he's here tomorrow, will he just clean sweep the whole Wessex Challenge? We'll find this out over the next couple of days. Couple of days? Today and tomorrow. Where's my brain off to for the next couple of days? I don't know. So Nikita Roberts is right up towards Archie Cannon now, and so is the 28 of Achille G. Contact warning given to Dewey Hockridge just popped out onto the timing screen. And Nikita Roberts already at threat by the 28 as well. The 28 with some mid-game pace here as we are reaching the halfway point of this race. 12 minutes in total for this race, so we've still got 6 additional minutes of this race to fly through, and it's nearly side by side with Nikita Roberts and Achille G. Around Billy's, through the S's, and down the back straight we go. So towards the horseshoe we go for this pack of 3, the 23, 63 and 28. As our leader just goes over the line here. And once again, it is side by side for a moment between both Nikita Roberts and the 28 of Achille G. So around the Billies, they go through the S's. This is Honda versus Rotax between these two. So let's see how it plays out going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And it is a close pack of 3 going up to the top bend. So we're going to see anything occur from these 3 drivers. So down the main straight we come once again. That little Rotax power doing all right off the exit of the top bend, but getting into Billy's lax just slightly. And Nikita Roberts still stays ahead. Once again, it's deja vu, lap on lap between these drivers. And we are yet to see anything occur. But this time going into the horseshoe, goes for the inside line. A bit too much curb, slowed him down a bit. The 28 trying and trying, but yet still nothing has occurred for the Rotax Cadet driver. Nikita Roberts just playing a cool with a very unique livery on that kart, which I actually quite like, not gonna lie. So around Billy's, through the S's, and down the back straight we go. Just the same as we go. A little bit further back though, potential moves being made. I think that's with Charlie White and Luke McGool, the number 15. Trying to make up a few positions, just hanging behind the 12 at the moment. And once again, it just feels like the same every time we go through it. They're side by side at the top, and by the bottom it's not, but it is different for the 2. Here going through the S's, down the back straight, the 15 ahead of the 12, so Luke McGool's now made up a position once again, and you could just keep seeing the 28 trying to make a move up on Nikita Roberts. Nikita Roberts trying to stay on the back of 23 at the same time, because Archie Cannon is on that top 3 position. And down we come. Same again as we are into Billy's. This time though, Luke McGool and Charlie White are catching to the back of this one. So it's chilling out for those 2 drivers there. But is it going to change going down the inside? Stays back for the minute at the hairpin to the horseshoe. And Luke McGool and Charlie White have properly joined this P3 battle. That's 5 drivers for that P3 as well. But at the moment, it's just a train going on through. 7 seconds is the gap, by the way, between our leader, Jack Baker, and Ethan Cousins. Meanwhile, a little bit further back of the grid, the 71 and 43, both off circuit for a minute there. Fortunately, I didn't catch what happened. Meanwhile, at Billy's, we've got a different kind of change, and a change I didn't expect, actually. The 15 and 12, both ahead of the 28. Now, that is not something I was expecting in this one at all. Was the 28 caught off guard by the pace of the 15 and 12. Meanwhile, the 12's gone a little bit wider going into the horseshoe. And the 28 is back up at least 1 position. But yes, a change that was different to what we were looking at not long ago. So it goes Archie Cannon, Nikita Roberts, Luke McGool, then Achille G in the 28. And then Charlie White. Franklin Street starting to get close to this one. And at the S's, the 15 made quick work getting ahead of Nikita Roberts. And unfortunately, also being caught out by the pace of the 15. And Nikita Roberts now back another position at the exit of the hairpin. She's losing a couple of positions here. And the 28 up another one. So some more changes from these drivers here, with 22 seconds left on the clock. Will Nikita be able to bring back those few positions? We shall find out. So it's Archie Cannon, Luke McGool, Achille G, then Nikita Roberts. And that 3rd position is right at threat now if we're looking at the pace that Luke McGool just had, making quick and light work, getting past the other drivers. That was miles ahead at one stage, and I think it has changed now going into the hairpin. towards the horseshoe, and it looks like Archie Cannon's P3 has gone, and it has indeed. Luke McGool is now ahead as we are on the last lap of this race. So let us find out where our driver, the number 70, Jack Baker, is. He's going down the back straight. And as we go on through, going around into the horseshoe, to the right-hander, and we go up to the top bend, because, ladies and gentlemen, for the Wessex Challenge Day 1, and what is actually a complete clean sweep, it's the number 70 of Jack Baker who takes a checkered flag once again. First in practice, first in qualifying, first in the first heat, first in the pre-final, and first for the Honda and Rotax Cadet final. Like I said, just an absolute clean sweep for the day. Jack Baker takes checker flag first. Ethan Cousins second. Luke McGool third. Archie Cannon fourth. Kelly G in fifth. Nikita Roberts sixth. Charlie White seventh. Franklin Street eighth. Dewey Hockridge ninth. And then Zach Ormshaw rounds out your top 10. As they just go over the line, so I could have nearly jinxed that then. But like I said, once again, Jack Baker, clean sweep for day 1 of the Wessex Challenge. And that's how you make an impression. Jack Baker, like I said, it's not often you see clean sweeps during the car, well, up here on these events that I commentate on. So it's great to see, and very well done to Jack Baker, which that is, I think that's maximum points for day 1. So very strong, and potentially our first Wessex Challenge. I wonder if we'll have, the ones that I commentated, a full clean sweep for the weekend. You shall find out tomorrow. If he is here tomorrow. I think with that performance, I hope he is. Right, time for the Intermax final. Ava Morris and Teddy Cooper on the front row. So with the grid on the YouTube live stream, Ava Morris and Teddy Cooper on the front row, Rook Thompson and Benjamin Lawn on the second row, Adam T and Cody P on the third row, and then the fourth and final row is Jack Johnson and Kian Downer. So let's see how this one plays out. We have 12 minutes for the Intermax. So slowing them down at the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And towards the top bend we go to give us the first opening for the final. So down we come. It's time for the Intermax Grand Final for the Wessex Challenge Day 1. And this time, who is going to be our leader at the start of this one? Going around Billy's into the S's. And it's going to be the 79 this time, followed by the 11 and the 32. 32 being absolutely swarmed at the start there. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. I'm trying to listen out to the tannoy up here as well, so I'm cutting off our tannoy feed. To the top bend, and let's go once in for the opening lap here. And let's see how this one plays out. It's too wide. There's a bit of contact and touching coming down the main straight. At the back, everyone stays on the road though. But it's Teddy Cooper, followed by Rook Thompson, then Ava Morris, then Adam T, then it's Jack Johnson, Benjamin Lawn, Kian Downer, then Cody P. That is your order for that one, as Cody P and Kian Downer having a scrap at the back there. Both of them swapping positions for a few corners there. But our top three starting to fly away from the rest of them. So down the main straight we come. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. And down the inside goes the 11 on the 79. 32 with a very clear view of this one. So is that Rook Thompson in the lead now to the top? And we shall find out very shortly. So coming down the main straight, it's the 11th, then the 79, then the 32, but it's going to go for another switchback. But Ava Morris straight down the inside of both of them. She basically just said thank you within one corner, whilst the 79 and 11 scrap with each other. So that gap for Ava Morris has gone from chilling right behind in third to a bit of a comfortable lead in first. So around the horseshoe we go, through to the right-hander. And that's not what you expected. Ava Morris took right old advantage of that. So your running order will be Ava Morris, then Teddy Cooper, then Rook Thompson. And now Adam T now has a healthy view on that top three, even furthermore than he did before. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. To the right-hander and to the top bend we go. So down the main straight. Even playing field for everybody at the moment. Teddy Cooper goes fastest at this time though, 38.08. That is the time he has set so far. As we go down the back straight towards the horseshoe where Ava Morris is leading the way for this field. 8 drivers in total. So down the main straight we come. And once again, with 8 minutes left on the clock, Ava Morris is still leading the way. So going through the S's down the back straight, our top 3 are just spread out a little fairly evenly at the moment. About 4 tenths between first, second and third. When I say 4 tenths, I mean 4 tenths between first and second, and then second and third. So will we see the 79 catch up to the 32 in this race? Meanwhile, a bit further at the back, potential 2x2s for changes. We'll keep an eye on them as we go into this next lap here. But down the main straight we come. Ava Morris sets the fastest lap of this race, 37.85. So we're still continuing on in this race. And still not much action from our front 3. Did miss a bit of action between some of our further back in the pack grids. We've lost Benjamin Lawn. So unfortunately didn't see what happened there. So still flying through there. Ava Morris is still leading this one, as the lap times between Ava Morris and Teddy Cooper are about the same. Ava Morris just slightly quicker though in some stages of the lap. And Root Thompson is just chilling in that third position at the moment, just watching what is ahead. Fourth position, driver of Adam T. Comfortable. As my voice disappears. Comfortable in there. A big gap ahead and a big gap behind as our back three of Kian Downer. Jack Johnson, Kian Downer and Cody P. Battling it out one another. As you can see, the 26 of Kian Downer on the outside line there. 27, I think that is Jack Johnson in there. Just trying to hang on to that position. This one just sort of evenly spread now. There's not much going on. It's just a waiting game now. Especially with 4 minutes 40. Don't want to be too eager at the closing stages of this race. So we'll see what happens as we still go through more laps of the circuits. Teddy Cooper improving his fastest lap time and has actually matched Ava Morris's fastest lap time of 37.82. He had this happen a couple of times today. And I think there's been a couple of times during the actual Intermax races earlier on. So great to see the drivers somewhat matching their times. Meanwhile, at the back of the grid, Kian Downer's got ahead of the 27, Jack Johnson. So he's now up into the top 5 for the Intermax class. But we're still waiting on here. And we're still waiting for some sort of change in our front pack during this race. So back round again, 16 laps completed in this race. Ava Morris is going even quicker out there in these last few minutes, 37.78 to increase that gap, as she is still leading the way from lap 2. So some impressive driving from her today. Teddy Cooper just maintaining his pace as we go through to the right-hander. His fast lap time was 37.82. So not yet responding to Ava Morris's time. And it is very... some big gaps out here today. 1.7 gap between first and second, a 2.9 second gap between second and third, and a 4.7 gap between third and fourth. So the early two close to one another is the 27 of Jack Johnson and then the 88 of Cody P in the 88. So 32 seconds left. So by the next time round, we'll be leading to the last lap of this race. And with only 7 runners, closing in a very quiet fashion. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. So towards the top bend and down the main straight we come, and we go for the last lap here of this race. Ava Morris leading for a rather long time. It feels like 12 minutes has passed, and we go for the last lap. And 12 minutes with this slot really gives you some big gaps here, as you can see. Out on circuit, the only two close, like I said earlier, is our back two, Cody P and Jack Johnson. Those two have swapped over, by the way. But meanwhile, we go to the top bend here, and we come all the way down the main straights for winning today for the West Challenge Day 1 for the Intermax. It is Ava Morris who will take the checker flag, followed by Teddy Cooper in P2, Rick Thompson in third, and then a little whiles later, Adam T will take fourth. Kian Downer will take fifth, Cody P sixth, Jack Johnson seventh, and then Benjamin Lawn DNFing at lap 8 out of 20 will finish 8th. So there we go, that is the Intermax final, and well, I think we all know what's going to happen next. It's time for a very action-packed Junior Rotax Grand Final next. And if it's like the pre-final, which I quoted the most action-packed and best race of this year here at Clay Pigeon, let's see how this one goes. The grid is on the YouTube live stream. Ooh, I'm excited for this one. If we got a replay of the pre-final in this final, I might dethrone that for the best race of this year. Good luck to Will Swales, number 33 in Junior Rotax. Hope all goes well. With a kiss. I'll surely appreciate that. Right then, the biggest swarm of carts we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, 28 drivers in this grand final. 28 very competitive drivers. And at the front of that grid is last race's top two ultra competitive drivers, Joshua Whitcomb and Billy Edgecombe, with a impressive race. But here we go then. And let's go for the Junior Rotax final here. Ooh, this could get spicy. Right, coming down the main straight then. And we're going for a false start to begin this one. The front two eager to get going. I definitely would be if we had a race the last time out. So, false started, like I said, so let's see if we can get going this next time round, not to jinx anything. So, slowing them up at post 3 and 4, just at the entrance of the horseshoe. So, to the top bend. Well, let's get ready. Let's get ready then for attempt 2 to start this race. And we are not going again. I jinxed it. So if you are not familiar, I tend to jinx a lot of these starts. It just happens. It just happens. So then, Third time's lucky. Not to jinx it again. Right, so down the main straight we come, and this time we are going. Oh no, here we go. It's time for the Junior Rotax final here, and at some stages we're 3 wide going into Billy's. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. It's the 23 followed by the 29. The 2 familiar ones from last race that were just non-stop with their action. So are we going to get a repeat of it? So down the main straight we come. This is where it's going to get interesting. So it's Billy Edgecombe followed by Joshua Withcombe, then Charlie Cox, Will Swales, Lucas Howell, then Arthur Thacker, Daniel Tribe, Charlie Parker, Noah Pikes, and then Rufus Flan. So through the S's, down the back straights, the 20 ahead of the 40. Noah Pikes ahead of Charlie Parker. And through the hairpin we go for our leaders, though. That is still being led by the 23 of Billy Edgecombe. So around the right-hander towards the top bend we go for those ones. Third position has a bit of a gap to fourth, which is being led by, I think that is the number 19, and it is indeed. So Lucas Howell up into P4. As it bogs down and gets a little bit side by side before the S's. Will Swales backs out of that one, the 33. And you got the 14 ahead on that one. Arthur Thacker is in that mixer. Back to the front of the grid though, and Billy Edgecombe is still leading the way there. 23 followed by the 29. Lucas Howell trying to split off from the rest of the field there. Down the main straight we come once again. 29 right on the rear of the 23. We've had this happen last race, so it could happen again. Third position, like I said, Charlie Cox has a gap in front and behind as Lucas Howell still needs to make time up to get closer. A lot of different moves being made into the horseshoe at the start of this race, just like the 24 skids into front of the 45, I think that was. That's a little bit further down the grid order. Billy Edgecombe trying to reply back to the attack, so Joshua Withcombe goes fastest with a 35.11. So 35.11, hardly quite quick actually. Hardly quite quick, what am I saying? Some switchbacks and a move down the inside at the horseshoe. Nearly looked like it was going to be 3 wide for 1 second, and that driver decided to back out. We'll get that changed for you in just a second as we come back down the main straight. And coming down that main straight will be the 14 of Arthur Thacker. Rufus Flan, Jasmine Taylor makes up a position up into the top 10. Keep an eye on our leaders whilst they are at the front. As these two on their last venture out really had a good battle there. Joshua Withcombe 34.79 responding to a quicker lap time there. Still coming down into the horseshoe. We're still getting side by side action. The 15 and 40. Top bend and then down the main straight we go. So the 23 still leads the way to the 29. 29 getting closer to the 23 as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And it is close once again between these two front runners. Going into Billy's here as Lucas Howell loses a position to Daniel Tribe before the start of finish here. Through the S's down the back straight, those two go. And as we look at the rest of our midfield, still no changes between those ones. But back to the front, 29 taking his time. Obviously, 12 minutes is a long time. You don't want to mess anything up too early on in your race. So down the main straight we come. Still no changes between those two. Charlie Cox still in third. And Daniel Tribe in fourth. Just getting right on the rear of that third position when he joined the front two later on in this race. We have plenty of time to find that one out, as our front two just driving the track for now. Lucas Howell hanging on to the back of that pack of three for that third position, as the rest of our midfield drivers split from one another. The 61 right on the back of third position, looks for the inside move, goes down the inside, and it's nearly three wide for a second. Lucas Howell invites himself through and actually promotes himself up into P3. So the 61 stays where he is at the end of it, and Charlie Cox and Lucas Howell swap positions. And Lucas Howell now to try and keep that P3, but it still has Daniel Tribe as the threat. So meanwhile, Will Swales is chilling in sixth position, watching that battle ahead. And Daniel Tribe going to try again. Meanwhile, back at the front, it's closer once more between the 29 and the 23. The 29 look for the inside move, but the 23 of Billy Edgecombe is making sure he keeps that inside edge defended off, and he did it nicely there. Going around into the right-hander next. So top bend down the main straight for our front two runners. That gap opening up just ever so slightly. And down for the rest of them. Daniel Tribe trying to catch up with Lucas Howell. Is he going to go down the inside? And he does indeed. And he gets through just before the S's. Hopping over the curbs. He's up into P3. But it's still not safe at the moment. Through the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Daniel Tribe taking more defensive lines. It's losing time to the front two runners. So it's just a battle for P3 here. But down the main straight we come for our leaders once again. And it's even closer. He's going nearly look for the inside line. Stays behind for the minute. Meanwhile, like I said, Daniel Tribe ahead of Lucas Howell. But Lucas Howell looking for the inside. Gets the inside just before the S's, poking his nose in. And is ahead on down the back straight. Is it going to be a switch again between the two into the hairpin? Nope. That's the end of that one. Into the horseshoe. And Daniel Tribe looking for the inside, but loses it a little bit and invites the 12 straight up into P4. A little mistake there by the 61 just shows you how quick that place can be nabbed up, and as such, the 33 is starting to get invited into this action as well. Down the inside, the 61 goes and claims that position back, basically slams the door shut for that P4. So nothing changing from our top two at the moment. Lucas Howell with a bit of a gap with those battles that Daniel Tribe's been having for that third position. But into Billy's we go for our leaders here. Keeping an eye so we don't miss any of the action from these front two. And if you do miss any of the action, pop into the YouTube live stream. The 33 down the inside of the 12. So Will Swales is promoting himself up once again into P5. And when he'll be able to catch up, once again he's side by side before the horseshoe, but has the inside line. And the 12 is looking on the inside once again, but Will Swales on the right-hander will have the inside line once again. And as such, will promote into a position. The Billy's is now out of contention for a minute whilst there's a yellow flag down there. And here comes the rest of the field. Here, yellow flags at the hairpin, and that stopped a move between the 23 and the 29. Joshua Withcombe looking for the lead, but I actually realised there's yellow flags. That ruined that opportunity. Less than 3 minutes to go, and that gap's increased just a tiny little bit though. So still flying through, our top 10 unchanged. Arthur Thacker down to 24th. So I think he was the one in that one. Danny Newman a bit slow just before the start finish here. We've got another driver off as a lot of karts retiring here. But meanwhile, back to the front of the pack, and it's still a battle between the 23 and the 29. Into Billy's we go. The whole entire back straight is just out of action. And it's back to the hairpin where you can get something done. And for now, nothing is being done. So around the horseshoe we go. Through to the right-hander for Billy Edgecombe and Joshua Withcombe. Lucas Howe is being caught up by Daniel Tribe here now. It's slowly happening. Very slowly happening. Down into Billy's. And still... Joshua Withcombe is patiently behind but can't do anything. He was looking for a move into the S's, and where there's yellows down the back straight has just denied him yet another opportunity. But does he do it at the hairpin? No. Poor Joshua Withcombe denied twice. Not by track stuff, but by the yellow flags. So down the main straight we come once again. Is he going to do it this time round? Going into Billy's. Through the S's, down the back straight. And again, still nothing. 40 seconds left on the clock. So by the time we get to start finish, I think we're going to squeeze out yet another lap of this. Which I think Billy Edgecombe doesn't want with the threat that Joshua Withcombe's doing. Some superb driving by the pair. But coming down the main straight, we still have 20 odd seconds left on the clock. So we go round once again. The yellow flags are now in at the back straight, much to Joshua Withcombe's despair. But down the main straight we go. It's a massive defensive. He's going for the inside move. Doesn't have it just yet. Around into the horseshoe. The 29 Joshua Withcombe just can't get it done. Through the right-hander towards the top bend for the two leaders here. Down the main straight we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the last lap of this race. This is one last time for Joshua Withcombe. And one last defensive lap for Billy Edgecombe. Through the S's, down the back straight. Into the hairpin we go. We're catching back markers. So back markers get out of the way very nicely. And that's actually a retirement for one of the back markers. Around the horseshoe. Right-hander. Towards the top bend. It's close between the two. But was it close enough? Top bend down the main straight. And taking the checker flag. A very, very defensive win for Billy Edgecombe for day one of the Wessex Challenge. Joshua Withcombe a close second. Lucas Howe will take the top three. He'll round out the top three. Daniel Tribe fourth. Will Swells fifth. Charlie Cox will take sixth. Noah Pike seventh. Rufus Flan eighth. Benjamin Bartlett ninth. And then Ellis Snow 10th. Once again, I'm going to give it to Billy Edgecombe and Joshua Withcombe, the two today. The last two races have just been incredible to commentate on. So well done to those two. And if they're here tomorrow, I can't wait for part two of this. Joshua Withcombe actually was faster, 34.55. But yeah, I've got to feel sorry for Joshua Withcombe. Twice in that race, he was denied. Once down at the hairpin, and once at the S's. He had the inside line, both occasions. God. Right. I'm going to calm down whilst there's recoveries, and I'll let you all see the grid for the next race. So just a couple of recoveries to get done. Yes, Daniel, let's go. Why did I say it like that? Oh dear, the YouTube live stream's going to poo. So just waiting for a couple. That's why I should be recording these videos live to my thing. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Right. Yeah. So just waiting for a couple of drivers to retrieve themselves off the circuit, and then we should be able to get continuing on with today's racing. What's been your favourite race? I know what mine is. What is your favourite race today? If you've been watching all day. Mine is the Junior Rotax pre-final, not the final. The final was pretty decent, to be fair, from the juniors, but just not as competitive as it became for the pre-final. Which I don't think anything's going to beat that this weekend. So we got the Senior Blues. If you're Boris Johnson, Senior Blue. That's a terrible impression. I can see a wild Bertie Wellesley in his natural habitat with his blue sunnies. Blue sunglasses. Yes, he races with Bill Art. He should be wearing red. The wild Bertie Wellesley in his natural habitat. I'm excited, and it's nearing the end of the day. Yeah, we're nearing the end of the day. We've got 3 races left, which for some is yay. For others, it's like, I want to keep racing. So we should be done at some point in the next couple of hours. Perfect maths. Perfect maths. Just watching conversations happen. I'm people watching now. If I did commentary on like a town square, that would be boring. That'd be rather boring. You see the local yobbo with his pals. Oh, I hear broom brooms. He's revving broom brooms. Nearly there, everybody. Don't forget, if you are home tomorrow and don't have anything to do, then we'll be live all day tomorrow from 9:45 for the Wessex Challenge day number 2. And that's when you can catch this action that's going to happen. So a little pause, but we are here for the Senior Blue final now. This is the getting into the last 3 races here. So let's see what we get from the Senior Blues formation lap over on YouTube. So going for the formation lap. And I think it is Anthony Cleon and Joey Foster there on the front row. For those who are wondering why I do the formation laps on YouTube, as I've developed it throughout the day, it's because I interfere with the tannoy up here. So yeah, I forgot how to block the sound from one bit of tannoy is the different bits of the tannoy. I don't know how you do it. It's all technical. I'm not an audiophile, unfortunately. I just look at things like, yeah, do. Right, let's get going for the Senior Blues in a very formal fashion, coming down the main start-finish. And it's time for the Senior Blue final as it gets underway. So, through Billies. S is through the smoke. And then down the back straight, it's Kart 1, Anthony Cleal, followed by Joey Foster. I think that is down there as well. The usual two suspects are in the lead at the moment. So around the horseshoe we go. Then it's a 7, then a 27. Top bend, and then down the main straight we go for the opening lap completed. It's Anthony Cleal, Joey Foster, Nigel Vickery, Kieran Quirk, Steve G, Max Gunter, then Robert Stoddart Stones, then Stuart Adam, then Kevin O'Neill, then Paul Alexander, then Mark Cook. Might as well include the full 11. Well, there is only 11 runners for the Senior Blues. I think the grid is 18 of them tomorrow, which is going to be great to see. So some of the Senior Blues getting some extra racing in and competing in the Wessex Challenge as well. Always love guest classes coming down for these. Right, so down the main straight we go. Anthony Cleal's leading the way, only by 2/10 to Joey Foster. That's the fastest lap of the 36.80. That is what we got time-wise from him. As I unblock the sun into my eyeballs. So we're still flying through this race. And it is the number one that's leading the way still in this early stages of the final. So going around at Billy's through the S's and down the back straight. Kart 1 and 66 go. And once again, it is the same story at the hairpin. Still the 1 and then the 66. So we're going to keep an eye on these two throughout the race. They've been at one another's toes all day. But apart from one of the races when Kart 1 did have a mechanical early finish to the race. So around the Billies, through the S's, and the back straight once again. Third and fourth are close together as well. Just similar stories to first and second. And it also looks like fifth and sixth are doing the same job. So the Senior Blues come in 2x2s. And we keep going for more laps of this race day here. So down the back straight we go. So we've got some potential changes going into the horseshoe. The 7 and 27 taking different lines. And so does the 4 and the 99. So we got Steve G and Max Gunter out there. So down the main straight we come. Into Billy's for third and fourth. Through the S's and down the back straight. It looks like the 4 of Steve Groves getting involved in this one. Well, slowly getting involved with this one for that top 3 for that third position. The 7 taking a more defensive line to the 27, who goes even wider. Puts them about equal when they come out of those corners there. top bend, down the main straight we come, and still no change between the drivers. Nigel Vickery and Kieran Quirk a little bit slower than our front two, though. It's I think Steve and Max are starting to get a bit closer. So into the horseshoe we go. Kevin O'Neill's got ahead of Stuart Adam out there on circuit. Paul Alexander has made this grid from 11 drivers to 10 as he retired 5 laps ago now. As I've only just noticed that. But we're still flying through. 7 minutes left on the clock, and we've still got further action to come from the Senior Blues just yet. Going through the S's goes the 727 and then the 99. So let's see how this one goes. Steve Groves has popped into the pits, unfortunately, as well. It was looking strong for him. Running in that P5 and 6 area. Unfortunately, that retirement has made Max Gunter's life a little bit easier. But still, coming down the main straight we go. And the 27's really looking for a move around Billy's. Through the S's, and then down the back straight we go. Well, you can hear the tannoy going off, so I'm not going to interrupt the tannoy. So Anthony Cleal and Joey Foster, the gap is nearing a second. So I think Anthony Cleal is starting to walk off a little bit with this race. Nigel Vicker and Kieran Quirk, he's trying some, well, no pun intended, but quirky ways of catching up as he goes down the inside. No, he doesn't. He doesn't go down the inside. He waits. He's waited for that one. Yeah, he's taken some really different lines, which either have worked out or not working out for him. But let's see what we get between this third position run. Down the main straight then for the 7 and 27. 27 still waiting behind at the moment, going around Billy's towards the S's, puts his nose in, but backs out of that one and stays behind. So not as brave as some of our other drivers out on the circuit earlier today in the different classes. And it's also allowed Max G, the number 99, to catch up as well. So down the main straight comes this battle, as we do focus on our position for third and the battle for third. So around Billy's, through the S's, and down the back straight once more. And will they catch up with our front runners? Even with this battle going on, Kieran Quirk trying to find a different route, but the 99 might take advantage from that gap on the inside line. So Kieran Quirk has got to be careful not to open too much of a gap to the 99 behind. The 27 trying a different line now, going into Billy's. Still behind at the minute. There's a lot of openings that the 27 is doing here. And Max Gunter is just waiting at the moment. He's just waiting till it gets big enough for the opportunity. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe we go. The 7's taking a little bit of a wider line going around the horseshoe this time out. And to the top bend we go. And this still has 0 changes to what we have. So 27 staying behind. Down the back straight. And once again, still good to go. So round the horseshoe, right-hander, and then towards the top bend. So still playing on around the horseshoe we go for our battle for P3 in this race. And this battle's just playing on and on. 27 still not able to make a move just yet. And will the time be now? Through the S's down the back straights, still nothing to go with. Top end down the main straight. And with a minute and a half to go, there is still no change. When is Kieran Quirk going to go ahead, or if he goes ahead? There's been a couple of potential times where we've had something possibly occur. But at the moment, Kieran Quirk just playing the long game and waiting out, taking a lot of different lines, which sort of invites Max Gunter into play. But Max Gunter a little bit too far behind to take advantage of these little gaps that might occur. Meanwhile, at the front, it's still the same old Anthony Cleal and Joey Foster for your P1 and 2. I look to my left, and then Kieran Quirk is making a dart from right to left. Still not able to make a move. But yes, like I said, Anthony Cleal and Joey Foster still as they were. Fastest lap is a 36.48 from the 66. So is Joey Foster making a lunge at the end of this race? There is 25 seconds left. So we're going to see anything from our top two at the end. But coming down the main straight then, the 27. Have a guess. Still behind, but he's actually side by side going into Billy's. And has got ahead, and well, there you go. Max Gunter taking advantage out of that one as well, and gets ahead. So the 7 losing 2 spots out on circuit, and actually has dropped pace a little bit. So top bend then, and we're coming to the last lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. The last one, the last time that we can get some any further changes. And will Joey Foster catch up to Anthony Cleal on these closing stages? I will say he is closing that gap. It is visually closing quite quickly. So is there going to be any changes on the last few corners? So around the horseshoe we go. I think Joey Foster has left it too late to do anything. But as I say that though, they're pretty much together. Down the main straight we come, and to take the checker flag. Unfortunately, it was too late for Joey Foster. So Anthony Cleal takes the win for the Senior Blues for day 1 of the Wessex Challenge. Joey Foster will take 2nd, Kieran Quirk 3rd, Max Gunter 4th, Nigel Vickery 5th, Robin Stoddart Stones finishes at a high P6 in car number 6. Kevin O'Neill will finish 7th, Stuart Adam in 8th, and we lost 3 drivers in that one. Steve Groves, Mark Cook and Paul Alexander in earliest to latest on that one, man. So we still wait for a couple more drivers to come on through. And there we go. So that's it for the Senior Blues for today. We'll see them and more. Yes, there's more of them tomorrow. We'll see more of them tomorrow for day number 2. But nevertheless, we'll go on to our next grid. And we'll go straight towards the grid because this is going to be an action-packed one. It's once again Ben Page versus Finn Smith for day 1 of the Wessex Challenge. Having this format does give us these same battles. Ben Page on the front row with Finn Smith, Brandon Hagan, Jack Maben on row 2. And the formation lap and the entrance for the senior Rotax will be over on the YouTube live stream. Leo Purchase on the 3rd row alongside Dan Milner. And Tom Rotherham and Evie Pillane will be on the 4th. May the 4th be with you. It's not even May the 4th, 13th now. Quite a few days away from that. So here we go then. It is the formation lap for these feisty senior Rotax drivers. I don't know what I used the word feisty for. Let's see how this one goes for this live race here. What am I saying anymore? It's going. It's good. Right, let's see what we get from the senior Rotax. This is a formation lap once again, and the last formation. Well, probably just jinx that. Potentially the last formation lap. Let's see how this one plays out over the next few minutes. 12 minutes of senior Rotax action. 12 minutes of Ben Page and Finn Smith. Yes. Right. Coming down the main straight then. And let's get underway for the senior Rotax final. The penultimate final that we have here today. If you don't know what penultimate means, that is the second to last. Right, down the back straight we go, and it's a 90, followed by the 20s. Ooh, let's have a look, and into, dear. A bit of, a little bit of stuff happened at the back straight. As one bouncing off of the fence. Driver's okay, luckily. But as we go through, we'll carry on with the rest of the race. So it's Ben Page followed by Alpha Time. It's not updating. No. Right, so we'll keep on going. It's a 90 followed by the 20. Then I think there's Finn Smith in third position there. My timing screen's not updating here at all. Right, so as we continue on with this race then, I think there's been potentially a couple of more minutes added on to this race as well. Let's carry on. So it's the 90 followed by the 20, then 19. Jack Maben in 17. 71 in 5th. Dan Milner 6th. Evie Pillane 7th. Daniel Beards 8th. Tom Rotherham 9th. And then Cameron Crockett rounds out your top 10 with 15 drivers out on track with this one. So at the front, Ben Page with a minute lead, very tiny, with Brandon Haig behind. Finn Smith really trying to get to that top 2 as we go past the King, around Billy's and through the S's. As we go to the right-hander towards the top bend. And then down the main straight we go. Ben Page, Brandon Haig, Finn Smith, Jack Maben. Still no changes from that top 4. As Finn Smith goes fast with a 34.30. The 2 drivers ahead, 34.33 and 34.32. I can't really say that too quick. As we've got yellows down at the hairpin whilst we have I think there's a couple of recoveries going on. But from the top bend, down the main straight once again. Ben Page, Brandon Haig, Finn Smith, Jack Maben, Leo Purchase, Dan Milner, Daniel Beards, Tom Rotherham, Evie Pillane, and then Cameron Crockett. And our top 3 starting to split away, and Jack Maben is lacking behind at the top 3 at the moment. A little bit slower than our top 3. The top 3, all of them within a few, within a tenth of each other. Hardly anything to go through with them all, and that's why they're maintaining their gaps that they are. So coming down the main straight. Finn Smith looking at the inside, goes down the inside of the 20, and Finn Smith up into P2, and now to try and charge down to his main competitor for today, which is Ben Page in the number 90. Jack Maidment with the view of this one, and Leo Purchase behind with Dan Milner behind him. So from the top bend and on the way down we come. The gap is half a second between Ben Page and Finn Smith. Finn Smith having to defend a little bit with Brandon Haig behind to go down the main straight. Main straight, back straight. That's twice I've done that today. Round the hairpin towards the horseshoe, and back round towards the right-hander for those. The 69 right on the back of the 71. So no changes from the top three at the moment, leading to the halfway point of this race. So 71 and 69 still battling between the two, making sure there's no changes between those two. A more defensive drive there. Meanwhile, the 19 just trying to gain time whilst not losing too much, with having Brandon Haig behind. A little bit further at the back, we had a switch between the 36 and the 4 of Gino Cook and Alex Austin. But right now, though, top three still unchanged, and the 19 of Finn Smith still staying out ahead of Brandon Haig in the 20. So down the main straight towards Billy's, and as we go into Billy's, Brandon Haig managing to catch up ever so slightly through the S's down the back straight. Let's go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. That gap is very close between the 19 and 20. Still the same, going back round once again. 5 minutes and 10 seconds still left to go, and the gap between Finn and Brandon, I don't think we're going to get much just yet anyway. So Ben Page still leads away, Finn Smith and then Brandon Haig. Their lap times are pretty much the same. Ben Page's lap time of 34.3 matched by Brandon Haig, and then Finn Smith 34.31. So these three driving almost to the T at the same time together. None of them want to lose time to that front runner of Ben Page, with some good pace today. And don't forget, all of these, if they are here again tomorrow, driving for that WC plate, is at hands. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Cameron Crockett, that looked like, getting ahead of a couple of other drivers. And funny enough, Bertie Wellesley's with him as well. Are they continuing their battle from last race? As they go into the horseshoe, they have the 68, I think that is, Daniel Beards behind. So it goes Ben Page, Finn Smith, Brandon Haig, Jack Maidment. Going down into the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe. The right-hander, and then towards the top bend. So 2 minutes 55 left on the clock. So the battle with the 71, Leo Purchase, Dan Milner, Tom Rotherham, and I think Evie Polane's in that as well. She's been hanging on to everything today. Hanging on to that pack for all the other races as well. So let's see if she'll be able to creep up any higher. So there's still moves potentially going to be made in that midfield battle. Meanwhile, at the front three, there's our back marker of the 44. Tries to stay out the way. And does in a bit of a switchback passion. I don't quite fancy. Right. So just under 2 minutes, and Ben Page still leading the way with Finn Smith really crawling behind and really trying to close that gap. You've been watching it for the last few laps. And a late lunge down the inside near the further back of the grid. Just gets the 69 ahead of the 71. Dan Milner ahead of Leo Purchase. But it is Ben Page, Finn Smith and Brandon Haig. Still. S's down the back straight. Going around the horseshoe. Through to the right-hander. To the top bend. And with 50 seconds remaining, we still have no change from our top three. Is this going to be a battle at the end? So up to the top bend we go after watching the midfield battle take place. We still have 0 changes from Ben Page, Finn Smith and Brandon Haig. Once again, their lap times fairly similar to one another. And Brandon Haig still has that fastest lap. Meanwhile, back at Billy's, we've got 2 darting down the inside. Is that 3 darting down the inside? It is indeed. The 42 losing a few positions there, and I think Evie Polane's gained a few there too. So we'll keep an eye on this as we go into the horseshoe. So it's a 71, then 56. So Evie's popped up the positions a bit. As we are now on to the last lap of this race. So with all the action happening, we are nearing the closing stages, and this is the last lap opportunity for Finn Smith. Can he make it up into that P1, or will he stay at P2? He's closed that gap quick. Going into the hairpin. Horseshoe even. Right-hander. And towards the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be taking this checker flag first? It could be close, but it stays as it is. Taking the checker flag, it's the number 90 of Ben Page. Finn Smith second, Brandon Haig third, fourth, Jack Bateman, who actually had a quite comfortable fourth there. Leo Purchase will take fifth. Evie Polane takes sixth. Dan Milner seventh. Tom Rotherham eighth. Cameron Crockett ninth. Bertie Wellesley P10. And we did lose a couple of drivers, but they are not on the timing screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing up to the last race here for the Wessex Challenge as we go on to our last grand final here. So the grid for this one, it's the 177 and 177 Masters, available to view on the YouTube live stream, but you've got Ian Bradfield and Ben Johnson on the front row. I was battling the sun in my eyes this whole race. I got blinds, but it's reflecting off of piano black. Whoever invented gloss piano black for tech components, I hate you. I hate you massively. What a lovely day up here, by the way. It is gorgeous. That's a reference to, nearly a reference to, oh, what is it? Not Come Fly With Me. It's the other one. Little Britain. Oh, he's gorgeous. What a program. So let's see what we get from these 177s and 177 Masters. We have lost a few today. We started with 8, and then we went to 7, and then we went to 4, back to 5, but dropped back down to 4. Has Harrison crooked? Apologies there, mate. Has he managed to find his problem and solve the problem that he had? We shall find out as they come out onto the grid. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the final today. There is 5 drivers altogether, and let's see what we will get from these 5 drivers. The smallest grid for this weekend. So let's see how this one will play out. Oh my god. The timing screen went from 5 people to loads of transponders just flying onto the... I think people are still going over the pit. Oh, people are still going over the pit one. Oh god, that's a job for Mr. Witty down in timing. Look at it! So, coming down the main straight and the final start for these finals. It is the 177 and 177 Masters final. And let's see how this one pans out. And will Harrison Crook get a recovery drive from his 2 previous DNFs that we've had from him? So hopefully we'll see him actually finish the last race here. And he's making it quick and easy, light work to get into P4 straight off the bat. He's not messing around here. Around the horseshoe to the right-hander. And we come to the top bend to come down the main straight. So it's Ian Brownfield, Ben Johnson, Cameron Marston, Harrison Crook, then Jason Bear. And Harrison Crook already getting up into P3 now to squeeze up just behind the number 61. Sorry, he got stuck behind on the last race before his second DNF of the day. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Trying to get ahead of the 61 as Harrison Crook's main rival for this weekend is the 46, who is currently in P1. So around Billy's, he's trying the outside, but ultimately will still stay behind just before the S's. I don't think I've ever seen anybody try and go around the outside. As we go on through, what has occurred here? Going around the horseshoe. I was looking down at a message from the timekeeper. So coming down the main straight then, so it's Ian Branfield, Ian Branfield, Harrison Crook, Cameron Marston, and then Ben Johnson, Jason Bear. That is your top 5 and only 5 as a potential change between Ben Johnson and Jason Bear. I don't know if the 61 had a little hiccup going through the hairpin previous lap round. But it's charge time for Harrison Crook. As we go to the top bend, down the main straight. And let's get this on the road. So 9.5 minutes left. And let's listen to these drivers fly through the grid. So we're going to go for some more listening laps with this one. The grid, being quite small, has already evened out and the gaps have increased a fair bit. So if there is any overtakes, we'll let you all know. So we'll be back in a few moments. So a very quick charge by Harrison Crook. Literally just watching 2 laps and he's already in very soon viewing distance of Ian Branfield going into this next lap of this 177 and 177 Masters final. Still have 7 minutes left and Harrison Crook just at this pace is too quick to handle. Ian Branfield, his last lap was a 35.86. Harrison Crook with a 35.69. So eating away the time out on track that we have here today. As so coming down the main straights. Again, sets another fast lap, goes even quicker, 35.57. He is 1/10 quicker than Ian Branfield that lap. And you can see that gap just closes minutely every single corner. But every lap, you can see the gap closes. The rest of the field are just evenly spread at the moment. It's about a second and a bit between the other 2 positions at the back. So it's just all eyes, ears, and, well, probably not noses, but mainly onto the top 2 as Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook have this rodeo at least once a month. And this time they're going to get it twice. If they're both here tomorrow, they're going to get it the whole weekend. But these 2 drivers, let's see how we still go through. We're past the halfway mark on this race. As we go again. Don't go quicker this time round, so we shall wait and see. Through the S's, down the back straight. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And it is still a waiting game for us viewers. But more for Harrison Crook. So going into the hairpin, and we can see that gap is even smaller. You can just watch it every lap, just it closes. And this is more of a recovery drive for Harrison Crook. Like I said at the start of this race. So into Billy's we go. The gap is 3/10. Harrison Crook goes for another fastest lap of the race, 35.54. So into the horseshoe. To the top bend. And down we come once again. That pace less than 3/10 now has got to be, and it is. It's just over 2/10 for this one. So still waiting for the opportunity, and that is even closer now at the S's. Harrison Crook's just found so much time. He goes down the inside at the hairpin, and there we go. Taking the lead, but it's still contended. Ian Branfield's not going to give up. Round the right-hander towards the top bend. And here we go for the change on the timing screen. Ian Branfield now just hanging on to that rear of Harrison Crook. Still has just under 3 minutes to do it. And will he be able to do it? Harrison Crook gains a lot of time going through the S's. But Ian Branfield has caught up going around the hairpin. Trying again at the horseshoe. Unfortunately, we did lose Jason Baird 2 laps ago as we were watching this battle between Mr. Crook and Mr. Branfield. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. In Branfield sort of making some time up in one corner and not in the other. But with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. Is this what our result is going to be? So into Billy's we go. Ian Branfield just still hanging on behind. Like I said, Harrison Crook makes slightly more time up going through the S's. But Ian Branfield has a better line going through the hairpin. So is he going to stay within half a second to Harrison Crook? And it should be more say, is he going to be in within 3/10 at the moment? So come down the main straight. And really catches at Billy's once again. Harrison Crook just managing at this time through the S's, and Ian Branfield still stays behind and stays within that 3/10 that I was talking about earlier. So into the horseshoe. Ben Johnson starting to catch up with Cameron Marston as well in this race. But coming down the main straight then, and let's go for another lap. Minute and 20 left to go. Oh, actually, no, it says 35 seconds. Oh, alpha timing. So through the S's, down the back straight with 27 seconds left to go. I don't know how it does it. Through the hairpin towards the horseshoe. To the right-hander. And to the top bend. Ian Branfield's really staying within 3/10 here. Is he going to wait with 3 seconds? It jumped to 26 and then 1 second. What is going on with the timing? Through the S's and down the back straight we go. I'm having to check the digiboard for the time because that seems more reliable than the web. So towards the top bend we go, and it is the last lap up next. So coming down the main straight is Ian Branfield going to get ahead. This is the last opportunity that we have for today. So around Billy's we go. Through the S's. Down the back straight for the next one. Around the hairpin we go. And then towards the horseshoe. That is our next destination on this circuit. Still no changes between the two. To the right-hander we go. And then towards the top bend. Ladies and gentlemen, rounding out the day. And rounding out a finish with a recovery drive after 2 DNFs. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag. It'll be Harrison Crook. And Branfield will take a very close second. He got it within 2/10. And then finally coming over the line will be Cameron Marston, then Ben Johnson. And one DNF was Jason Bear. But there you go. That is it. That is day 1 completed. Yes. As quick as it started, it's ended just as quick. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is day 1 of the Wessex Challenge complete. And if you are here tomorrow, well, we'll see you all tomorrow. And if you want to catch up on the day's events or want to rewatch any of the races that you have seen today, head over to YouTube and search Clay Pigeon Kart Club, because you'll be able to watch the whole day's action and alongside all of this commentary as well, plus some extra bits. So feel free to pop onto there and hit that subscribe button as well if you could. Thank you. Anyway, that's all from up here at commentary. We'll see you all tomorrow for day number 2. Oh, yes, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. Hopefully you all enjoyed the live stream. If you did, please hit that like button. Otherwise, from up here in commentary and from myself for today, I'll see you all tomorrow for day number 2 of the Wessex Challenge. Da, 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 da.